Y'all didn't think we was gonna let that shit slide, did you? Come on, man.
There we go.
What's up, baby?
Let me get the camera right here.
Yeah, look at
Oh,
Ken.
it is.
Look at
Little
Kenny.
me,
Oh,
little coffee boy.
yeah. Take me to light the beam, Dad. Take me to light the beam. Bitch ass. And you know what the best part was? Watching that dude get murdered on his own tweet.
He really did. I didn't even have to say
You
that.
got murdered on your own tweet. What's
Hey,
up, Jesse?
Hey, that was a sorry ass response too. Like that's the whole thing. Like, bro,
That dude's super trash. Like,
that's a sorry ass. Like, I don't even get that response. That don't even make no damn
man.
sense. Do better. Do better. You gonna come at me like
Take me to light the beam, Dad. Take me to light the beam. Punk motherfucker. I swear.
Hey, like I said, if you gonna come at me. Do better than that. Do better than that.
Barista. Like, I think I figured out how he fooled ESPN. He was an executive assistant. And they thought he was an executive in the front office. Like, he was the dude keeping track of the calendar and going to get Steve Kerr coffee. You know, this dude ain't never got another job in the NBA. Never. Dude was, if y'all wonder where the coffee boy story originated from, dude got coffee for the Phoenix Suns front office and somehow got labeled a front office executive.
I mean, dude wasn't no decision maker. Nobody listened to him. He would spend all these hours like, yo, this is my big opportunity. No, he's like that episode of Atlanta when they had the Soldier Boy sniper.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy built up all that time, like, yo, this is my shot. He's like, Paper Boy, let me rap for you. Get the fuck out the way. That's what Steve Kerr would do to him.
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was.
Yo, I'm gonna talk to Steve today. I got these ideas I've been working on. I'm gonna present them to him. He come to Steve. Hey, Steve, I got an idea. Get the fuck out the way.
Get your ass out of here. I do not want to hear nothing from you ever. Clowns. How much time we got? I want to test something real quick because yeah, we can't have nothing go wrong. Can't lie. I've been waiting for this one. Been waiting. I
was talking to okay, you got it set up. We good.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Sound good?
KC, what up? Sacramento, what up?
Can y'all give the thumbs
Kings,
up?
What up? Drake
Jesse,
Bars,
good?
Man, checking in. Freak game, what up?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all the way good.
Yeah. They say that's too early. That's what haters think.
Oh, yeah.
They try to ban.
I've been waiting for that.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that.
Yeah. Let's go. Madman. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that.
And then Young Zell, I see Young Zell. He gonna be tucked away too. Young Zell said, "I'm about to get a videographer." Yeah. And then you said you got one the other day. You know, I need the Twitter login.
Well, actually, it came to my DMs. He didn't even tag. One, yes, get you that. It's my man Jacob. Jacob's our people. He's just. Well, we ain't need to go at Marvin like that, or it's like, all right, let's stop it.
Oh no,
we ain't got to do that.
Oh,
I mean, we'll break it out one day as a bonus track. Maybe the next. Is there another? They haven't played the Pistons twice, so maybe the next Pistons game we'll break it out.
Here we go.
You got the air horns over there, partner. You got the air horns over there, partner. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Come on.
7 straight. And man, they made us sweat for that one. Welcome in.
I ain't like that, dog.
It was a little different. That game actually made me nauseous. I was like, yo, that 12-point lead is gone. Wow. And Ja is just insane right now. This is going to end poorly, but it did not. The Kings, in fact, won their 7th straight game, and we are here to talk about it on this day before Thanksgiving, our final show of the week here on Wednesday, November 23rd. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are...
Moses.
It got nothing to do with nothing, but Kenny's got the board privileges back, so we just kind of have to live with it. It's a holiday. His family's about to get bigger. His football team's about to get their ass kicked this weekend. So I thought we'd go ahead. And let Kenny have access to the board one more time. Are you seriously drinking a crushed soda at noon?
Yeah.
Kenny got his own version of the bottles behind
Yeah, there you go.
him.
That's why it's placed right there. That's my
My
bottles
ass
right there. Hold on. There we go. You know what I'm saying? My bottles. Oh, no, you can't see it now. There we go.
Oh, man.
I was telling Jesse, I got to admit defeat when it happens. You guys were dead on when you said when we get to this studio, Kenny's going to just devour this vending machine. And yeah, it's happening.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop, though. I'm going to stop. Real talk.
Okay, pal. Whatever you say.
3 items already today from the vending machine.
Damn, bruh. Seriously?
I didn't get a chance to get breakfast.
What time did you walk in the door?
It's like 11:40.
God, okay. All right. We appreciate
Well,
you
I
so
haven't
much.
eaten all 3, but I got them, so I won't get up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. That's not the same. I mean, it's excessive, but still, it's a lot different. Sacramento Kings won their 7th straight game, first time since 2004.
Wow,
that they've won 7 straight. But unfortunately, it feels like the story of the game. I put the quote out there last night, and I think it works, and I think Kings fans across the region will take it. It's what De'Aaron Fox said a couple of nights ago against Detroit, a couple afternoons ago. Learn your lesson, but win the game. Man, there are some lessons to be learned about that final 4.5, 5 minutes or so. And I thought the Kings had played their best. And they still did. The Kings played their best defensive game yesterday. Unfortunately, there's no lasting memory of it because of what happened in the final 4 minutes when Memphis decided to show the Sacramento Kings what defense really was. And Sacramento absolutely had no way to respond. And everything that they do great, pushing the ball, tempo, it was just completely eliminated. 7 turnovers in those final 5 minutes, 8 fourth quarter turnovers. Man, that was tough. Tough.
That was rough. That was rough because, like you mentioned, they had played so well, all night long, played well on the defensive end. They didn't even really shoot the ball that great. But they started to feel themselves and feel a little better in that fourth quarter, in the third quarter too, but really early part of that fourth quarter. And it almost all got wiped out, because of what happened in the final 4 minutes of that fourth quarter. And that's a little unfortunate to see. You'd want to cruise the victory against a team like Memphis with Ja Morant in there. You'd like to cruise the victory, but some of the talking point is what happened in that final 4 minutes. But hey,
yeah, say it.
Ask me how I feel about the results of that game. I don't give a damn. They won.
Yeah,
they won. You don't get style points for wins or losses.
No, that's
wins and losses.
That's 100% true, and it goes back to that line. Learn your lesson, but win the game. They've got lessons to learn, and I don't know. I think teams can often, especially talented teams, especially with talented teams like guys like with guys like Ja Morant, you can see runs of points really quick, especially because we see this in football. Like, you get conservative, prevent defenses, right? Basketball teams often run prevent offenses, and it's like they're trying to prevent from leaving too much time on the clock.
Yeah.
And they're playing slow. The Kings don't play slow. So that idea immediately takes them out of their element. It immediately takes them out of what they do well. And then when Memphis ramped up the defensive pressure, I think that's where a lot of I'll speak for myself. I think that's where I get hung up on those last 4 minutes, because it's not just like Ja went nuts. It's not like Ja got on a heater. It's not like Memphis got on a heater. They got on a heater because the Kings were giving them uncontested dunks and points in transition because they kept turning the ball over. It was the mistakes that the Kings made that led to the run that the Grizzlies went on.
Right.
The Grizzlies didn't go on a run by themselves.
Right.
They went on a run because of Sacramento. And that's the part that's that's the part that lingers over this game a little bit, is the mistakes that they made at the end. And again, I mean, you can find positives in all of this. The Kings found a different way to win a game.
Mm-hmm.
Survive.
Yeah.
The Survivor Series this Saturday night for the WWE. That was the Survivor Series last night for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, it was maybe, I don't know if you could say the game we have been looking for, but they did their work early, where they didn't have to do a bunch of work at the end of the game. Once again, you wouldn't want it to be that way, but the Pistons game, they didn't do their work early, so they had to gut it out at the end of the game. This one, they did their work early. They were up 14 with about 7 minutes to go in that fourth quarter, and they played well enough for about 44 minutes of that game to put them in a position where some of the miscues and the bad run and the bad stretch they had didn't cost them the game. There's two things there as well. I thought Memphis did a great job turning up the pressure on the defensive end and making life difficult for the Kings. That's what they can do. That's what Memphis is able to do. Dylan Brooks, and I'll even give credit to Ja Morant. He played really well on the defensive end, and being scrappy and using his athleticism late in that game. So what they did gets, and not saying that you didn't give him credit, but gets credit for how the Kings started coughing the ball up. You know, it was Memphis's pressure that the Kings weren't able to handle. So there's that. The other thing about it was, Ja Morant, great ball player, phenomenal fourth quarter. I need some of them calls for Fox.
Yeah.
I need some of them calls because some of those calls, I mean, there wasn't anything there. He's initiating the contact. He's just falling to the side, and they're falling for it again.
That 3-point shot, did Fox foul him?
I didn't think so. And
I didn't think so either.
I don't know if they had a challenge, or maybe they saw something that I didn't. I looked at it from every angle on my TV, and I said, "There's no foul there." It's not a foul.
I didn't understand. I saw Fox talking to the official, but I didn't understand. I was like, why aren't they making a bigger deal out of this? Like, this is a potential shift. Like, why are they not throwing a fit? And
no, the only thing
you probably well, my conclusion was you don't want to get a technical in that situation, so you're trying to like play it cool. But
there's that.
I don't get why that was a foul.
The thing that I'm not sure why they couldn't challenge, and I'm not sure. I'm just thinking about this. I don't know if they had a timeout.
Yeah, John Bull says they didn't. So
there
was no way to challenge it. Right. And I guess once the official makes the call, there's no point in getting upset over it because the call is already made. You can't change it. You can only make it worse.
Oh, well, actually, you can change it. Jaren Jackson, they did that for him.
Well, I guess you
they called a foul on Jaren Jackson. He yells to the official, no, that's a foul on Metu. What?
Well, so what we learned is De'Aaron Fox is not quite the status of Jaren Jackson Jr., who I love, by the way. I'm a big fan of Jaren Jackson Jr.
Last night.
Yeah. So what we learned is
no answer.
De'Aaron Fox is not on that level. He had 5 block shots yesterday,
and he was
that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, but it's the ineptitude of the referee. We know what it is. I'm not even looking at it as like a against Kings thing. I just think they're bad at their job right now, and there was a number of different instances where that was the case. But at the end of the day, when I was coaching the high school team, and I know this isn't the same as the NBA, I made a point after every win, the first thing that we did when we got into the locker room, first thing we did, hey, slap hands, high five, everybody around you. We got to win. That's first and foremost. That's the most important thing all the time. And celebrate the wins. You can celebrate the wins and still have teaching moments and talk about, hey, I'm not satisfied about where we're at. There's things that we have to get better at, and there's things that we have to do. You can do that and still say, but at the end of the day, you guys found a way to win, and that's the most important thing right now. Because if the King, nobody was talking about, oh man, it's really great. You know what's going on with the Kings right now when they were 0-4, even though they were playing good basketball. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody cared about that.
Well, what I really think is the good news is, you slap hands, teaching experience, all that stuff. I don't think the Kings are even thinking about that game. They have to play tonight. You don't get the time to soak it in or think about it because, all right, cool. You do your slap hands thing. Cool. We got the win. All right, it's on to Atlanta.
Yeah.
If you had a couple of days off, if you had if this had been the second game and you had Thanksgiving in between, maybe you're having a discussion, you're going over things at practice. These are probably things Mike Brown is going to talk about for 4 or 5 days. You've got Atlanta tonight. You've got Thanksgiving on Thursday, which I'm sure they're going to do their best to kind of decompress for a second. I'm sure they'll be together. And then you've got your biggest test of the season the day after. So we'll talk. Yeah, that's absolutely the life of the NBA. And we'll talk about it. You know, a lot went right in that game. In addition to those final 4 minutes, we got Drake bars coming up. We got our first round of Drake bars coming up. And there was some clutch players in Kings uniforms last night.
For sure.
Harrison, Malik. We're going to talk about all of them in the game De'Aaron Fox has had as well. Nick Wagoner is going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk some 49ers football with him for a couple of minutes. We got James Ham coming up the final hour of the show. Much more ahead here. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I meant to ask, we're pretty confident about taking calls? Yeah? Okay. All right. That's the great thing about the Jesse Cam, as I can see Jesse.
The Jesse Cam. Brought to you by RC Willie.
Indeed. I think shout out to everybody who has purchased the new Sensational hoodie. That was such an inside joke. I was like, if we sell a couple, it'll be cool. We've sold significantly more than a couple, so we really appreciate that.
Big ups, man.
But I think these are our coldest hoodies.
Those are sick.
These are dope. This logo is just so good. Yeah, this is cold. I actually like the white hoodie with the red outline. I don't have it, but I see it on the website.
Yeah, white hoodie with the red.
It's this one. It's this one. It's just on a white hoodie.
I thought you meant the Sensational joint.
No, not Sensational. No, the Sensational's only on. I put it on some tri-blends last night too. So it's we got T-shirts up. We got purple and black T-shirts up for the Sensationals, and then the purple and the white hoodie. Yeah, David Jackson's right. If y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, I don't want to lag too much on that today because post-show views are going to be tough given the game starts at 4:30. So the more thumbs up y'all hit now, the better. We appreciate you.
J-Dub, so we was just talking about, man. So we got this one. We got Damien's. I'll move your comments so you can see we got Dame's. And then Dame just said we got the white with the red outline. Yeah. Red outline or the red?
Red outline, yeah, the red outline. So it's the red outline, the white letters. Yeah,
I just don't like the way dude moves. He was talking slick a little bit last year when all this stuff started. I didn't appreciate that, and
he's just an asshole. I mean, that's really.
I don't like the way he moves, man. I just don't like the way he moves. It's not my type of energy. Then last night it just came across my timeline, and I just shut up, bitch. Simple as that.
That dude is the epitome of Twitter fingers.
Yeah.
That's 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Shout out to this person legit doesn't have a name on here. But they responded to something we wrote last night. Damien, I don't know what Sacramento did to get so lucky, but we went from Napier and an abysmal team to you and Kenny being the voices of Kings basketball and talking about popping Luke Belaire and roasting pre-rolls to celebrate. And I swear sometimes life can be really good. That's funny.
Yo, this is I gotta look into this. People talking about Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Is that football players?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I don't want to be that way because we got a brother in charge, but he's got to get that program under control.
Yeah, clean it up.
Like that. This year has been bad between what happened in the tunnel and now this. You got to get that program under control. Mel, what's his name? Mel. I'm drawing a blank. Mel Tucker. Yeah, Mel Tucker got to get that under control. The Kings had 2 turnovers in the final 2 minutes last night that took no time off the clock.
I think that's how you know the Kings are officially good because they did their best. They put their lives on the line to try and lose that game, but they just couldn't do it.
Ooh. Damn, Dylan Brooks fouled the hell out of him. I remember that.
Yeah, I got the game replaying too.
The non-take foul that wasn't called. I mean, what are we doing? These refs were so incompetent. I get disgusted because it's just these are bare basic things that are right in front of them that they just get wrong all the time. You know, I thought, where is it at? I thought about this one time. I don't know when it'll ever happen. Where is I just seen it? Oh, thought about it one time. You know, one of those things that a live joint, whatever. I mean, it would be fun, but I don't know if I'm announced. Like I'll be there. You could watch the game with me. Maybe say something from time to time, but I don't know.
Talk our own version. We can have our own version of announcing. Our own version. Be like, what the fuck? God damn.
Oh man, hey bro. The person will be. Oh, here we go.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Man, we appreciate the people who are tapped in with us. It's the day before Thanksgiving. We know a lot of people are off work. Hopefully many of you are just settled in at the house with the Odyssey app pulled up or with YouTube pulled up or whatever the case may be.
Did you go back to the store?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I was looking for one specific thing, and it's like if it's here, I'm gonna grab a few other, but I'm looking for one specific thing. It wasn't there, and it's not gonna. I don't think it'll be here for it. So I was like in and out. So it wasn't bad, but I knew like, all right, you've got time, right? So look around, survey the lines, hit your aisles and get out of here. So I just went straight to the spot where I was looking for something. It wasn't there. All right, forget it. I'm out. I don't need it. I don't need anything else that bad. Get out. It can wait.
Did you Ramsey in the house? Shout out Ramsey.
On my way to the grocery store right now. I love Ramsey, man.
Today is crazy. Today is crazy in the grocery store. Thanksgiving, I've gone on Thanksgiving. It's not that bad on Thanksgiving, but today is a mess. Did you ever in your life do Black Friday? Like
Once.
when it was real Black Friday?
Once, yeah. When it was actually Friday.
Yeah, and it was actually like 2 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, I did it once.
Did you what were you going for?
I went to get my mom like a TV and a bunch of electronic stuff. It was miserable. I hated it. And
I went one time for some Jordans.
Never do it again. Oh,
and I went to Arden, and the line was around Arden Mall. So I said, "Yo, let me go to the Galleria." Went to the Galleria. I was probably like 11th in line. It was about 4 a.m. 11th in line. They were going to open up at 6, and they started opening or whatever. I know I was more than 11th. I was probably like 20th. They would start opening up, letting one person in at a time, and then like 2 people before the door. Yeah, we're out of size 11, 12, 10. I said, bro, and it was you know how it is, Sacramento and Thanksgiving time in the middle of the night. We're talking 30s, and I was out there, and I was like, I'm done with this.
Kenny was in the streets.
I'm done with this. I used to go with my mom though, just for the ambiance, just to go along. She's like Kobe in the finals.
I believe it.
Black Friday, she be locked in.
She's probably elbowed a person or two. Like, yeah, she may even Pat Bev somebody in line. I'm sorry, it's 12:23.
My mistake.
It's 12:23. You over here talking about Black Friday.
Hey,
we got business to attend to. This is what the people see how many people are watching right now. This is what they're here for.
They locked in, and now the city of Sacramento is locked in because Drake bars just ain't KC no more. I'm not going nowhere. I still got my Drake bars from time to time, but I mean the Kings are just doing so much. I mean the pen just ain't. The pen it needs a break. It needs a break.
Oh, okay. This is my bad. You don't have Drake bars today?
No. I saw
thought
the message.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought we had 2 Drake bars. I mean, we're not going to be disappointed here with the Drake bars we got.
Yeah.
But okay. All right. That's me.
When you guys can get them in on time, and if they're good enough, if they're fire, we can't just throw anything out there because I set the trend. I set the bar with my bars. I set the bar. It's like, it's like Hove and God did. It's like, dang, I got to reach that. That's what I
have an opinion on that, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't have nothing in front of me, but write that down. I need it.
Yeah. Okay. Also, Meek Mill dropped a mixtape. I don't know how many people caught that.
I saw that on his Instagram. I haven't heard anything. As in bad?
It's good. No, it's really good.
My boy Meek.
It's really, really good.
That's my boy Meek Mill. But needless to say, if you can get the bars to myself or Damien before the show, give us some time to review it or whatever, you guys from time to time can go with it with Drake bars. And that's what my main man, Madman Leak, did last night because he got them new Drake bars. Kings win 113-109.
D-Lo and KC, what up? Sacramento, what up? Sacramento Kings, what up? Drake bars. Man, checking in. Free game, what up? Mm-hmm. Yeah. They say that's too early. That's what haters think. They try to bandwagon now before they play the team. Fox the fastest in the NBA from A to B. Coach Brownson turned the Jets on. The plane is leaving. Thanksgiving time, you're looking at the 3rd seed. I ain't hearing no one say that ain't a major thing. Basketball in Sacramento still remains king. Someone called the Bagley family, tell them we said like the bean. And the same goes for old boy. I mean, he like to talk a little crazy when it come to tweets about the next man, thinking he the next man. To me, that's funny style. Focus on your checks, man. I'll talk about a young swiper do the swiping. That boy a whole bucket, he ain't had an off night. I don't know, probably since we brought off night. Sabonis been the beast since he laced the field nights. And I could go for hours because the energy exciting. Something really changed when they lit the purple light in. Critics love to downplay, the whole league is frightened. I just seen them all dash quicker than the hyphen. Playoff bound Kings team win steady counting. Power breakers climbing like the price of sag housing. Finally found the cord that could lead us up the mountain. Best in California coming for us up the bounty for real. Man, D-Lo and KC, what up? Sacramento Kings, what up? Free gang, stand up.
Free game, baby. Madman Lee. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That's what I was waiting for right there. That's what I was waiting for right there. Those are bars.
Those are bars.
Those are bars.
Boy, Madman Lee, he did his thing. Remember, hey, man, the Kings are cooking right now. They're winning too many games. I'm still coming with bars from time to time. But look, I need help. I need the whole Wu-Tang Clan with me. So, like we said.
I heard the Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to with.
Like we said, take a Drake beat. Make sure the lyrics are clean. Get your bars together. And we'll play them on Drake bars after every Kings win. Madman League. Let's see Sean P up in here too. Sean, I'm waiting for your bars too. Where's Kane? Where's
Fashion
Justice?
Icon.
Hell, where y'all at? DZ, where y'all at? Let's go, baby. Come on, Sacramento, stand up. Let's go, baby.
Drake Bars brought to you by the Dope Ones. Head over to thedopeones.com for their black gold sale going on right now all through the weekend. Shout out to Donnie Dope Ones and the dopeones.com. Do your Christmas shopping right there, or over at DLoandKC.com, which is really just an extension of the Dope One. Shout out to Dave Garcia and all of the work that he did for us, Dave Garcia Designs. And check out our new sensational gear that popped up yesterday. Everything 25% off, no promo code needed from now through the weekend, because we got more Kings wins on the way. We got an Ohio State victory coming up this weekend. Say? We got an addition to the Caraway family on the way.
Run that back again. What'd you say?
Kings win, Ohio State wins, and an addition.
Stop with that. I told you.
Well, the addition is coming.
What's my man at the game? The security guard.
Reggie.
I told you and Reggie months ago. We going into the horseshoe and we doing the same thing we did yesterday or last year at the big house. Simple as that.
Okay.
IO too. IO, I hope you listening too. We going into the horseshoe and we doing all that.
IO ain't bothering nobody. Just call out Jackson too. Just call out JT. Call out House Party. Call out everybody.
House Party. We going into the house show and we doing what we did last year.
That's all right.
How about not playing with y'all?
Okay. Well, first of all, you need to stop it, because I know what you did. You took your pretty little wife to the doctor and go, doctor, please. I don't want to be in front of the TV on November 26th. Please. Can we induce this baby? Get this baby out. No, Kenny, it's fine. She's perfectly on time. The baby will be good for December. No, doc, please. Shoot her for some drugs. Get this baby out. I don't want to be in front of the TV that Saturday morning. I don't want no, because I think if I have a baby, maybe my partner won't trash talk me.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that baby coming at 3-4 a.m. in the morning, so we'll be ready to watch that game at 9. She know what time it is.
All right.
The Wolverine Caraway know what time it is.
Wolverine Caraway. 7 pounds, 6 ounces, baby girl Wolverine Caraway.
But yeah. I'm just, look, man. I might turn into Rihanna here. People be clamoring for big bars, and I don't know. I might just go start a lingerie line or something like that.
Please don't. Don't do that.
Because the young boys, they may have it. And I'll just go away and that's people like, yo, KC, when you coming back? I don't know. I've just had a baby. I don't know.
Okay. Just something besides lingerie. Let's get Kamara on the line. 916. Kamara was panicking, sending me tweets. Wow. Oh, De'Aaron, come on. What is this? Man, I was just like, I'm gonna wait, because I think the Kings got this. So I'm just going to wait to respond. And I did. 916-909-1320. Kamara from Orlando. Kamara, what's happening? I told you.
What I'm panicking about? You know what I'm panicking about?
What?
That Kenny, number one, compared himself to Hove, and then he's talking about starting at the lingerie line.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's fair enough.
That's where the money's at. That's where the money's at. I might, Drake bars. I didn't graduate from Drake bars, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I'm on a whole nother level.
I think you might. I don't know if graduation is the right term. You might have failed. You might have hit a couple grades back. And to be fair, that's not fair. You put me after the guy that actually fired Drake bars. I can't follow that.
Yeah, that's all right.
You've done it before. You come on after I said Drake bars. Kamara.
No, that was easy follow. That was easy follow.
Kamara.
That was easy follow. But listen, man. Hey, it's Thanksgiving week, and the Kings are feasting on the league right now, and I'm just really happy about that win. And I tell you, man, I was nervous about this win because in the first time they played Memphis, the physicality of that team really got to them. You could tell they were really bothered by the physicality. And so what I was really happy about is that they met the intensity of the physicality. And yeah, they were missing a key piece in Bane, but I still like that they didn't shrink away from that. Just from that team with that, they're a big body team, they're a lengthy team, and so if you always want to see these challenges. And yeah, they didn't come out the win looking like NBA champions, but you know what? They came out with the win, and they can learn from it, and I guarantee wins like these actually build more character than wins where you win by 20. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, wins when you win by 20, it's like, hey, everything's swimming, we looking good, shots are falling. But when you barely escape out of it, or a win that you kind of almost gave it away, you kind of looking like, well, what did we do wrong? How do we clean it up a little bit? And you got to learn how to win when things are not flowing the right way. So I was really, really happy about this win. I know we say this every week, but that was kind of the biggest win of the season for me.
Yeah, no, that's facts, because it literally happens every week. Hey, real quick before you go, Kamara, the chat's asking, when you were in Orlando and you told the dude next to you that De'Aaron was going to pull up and hit that shot, did you tell him also that the Kings were going to win 7 straight?
No, I did not tell him he was going to win 7 straight.
Well, 8? I just want to know when it's 9. How many? 10? How many did you tell him?
Not 5, not 6.
Hey, have a good holiday, bro. We appreciate you, man.
Thanksgiving, man.
Sir, man. Kamara right there. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point about the character you build off of that type of win. I agree with him, and I can see that point, and I agree with your sentiment as well, that a win is a win. You don't get style points, you don't get all those other things, but you take those lessons, and you take those instances from games, and you learn from them. We even speculate they're not even going to have time to learn from last night because they got to play again tonight. They're in Atlanta tonight. Kevin Huerter's going for probably 60. We should ask Kamara how many Kevin Huerter's going for.
He's gonna tell you before the game. He's gonna text you. He'll be like, I think you're going for 70.
I can see it in his eyes. He's gonna text me after the game, after he drops 40. I knew Kevin Huerter was gonna go for 40 tonight.
Did you see that one LeBron meme where they were like, I was telling all my friends the first time they lit that beam, they weren't gonna lose again.
I did see that. I love that everyone uses the Kobe clip instead of the what was, I can't remember what it was.
He had one on the shop where somebody was giving a quote, and he's like, that's my favorite quote.
But what was the one that brought something happened that brought LeBron lying back?
Because he was the Migos Takeoff.
The Migos, that's what it was. He was talking about Takeoff. And no one uses that clip. They all take the screenshot from the Kobe clip, which is just the most blatant.
It's the new crying Jordan meme.
And he sells it like he was watching the game so hard. I don't actually think that he was watching. Like, you're overselling it, bro. Wasn't it like a Sunday night or a Sunday afternoon?
First of all, it was a Sunday evening, the same day as the championship Sunday.
On League Pass.
On
the
League
game was
Pass,
not on regular
Lakers
TV.
and Raptors on League Pass. And you were like, nah, to hell with, I don't forget who played in the AFC. It was probably the Patriots, I guess. But to hell with Giants and Packers in Lambeau Field for the NFC Championship game. I'm going to watch Lakers and Raptors. Matter of fact, I'm going to be here from the start for Lakers and Raptors.
Well, before the game, because he saw the look in his eyes. I saw it. I was watching. I watched the whole game. Okay. No, you didn't. Just the way you said that alone makes me believe you didn't watch it.
And on top of that, I think we looked at this before. LeBron was in the league. He might have had a game that day. But
so there was
before, and he didn't have a game.
I had like a light bulb moment one day where I was watching something on the WWE network, and LeBron's a big wrestling fan. So he watches all of these shows. Of course, this was way before the WWE network, but these guys were like, I remember The Miz. I remember it caught my attention when The Miz did it, but they had one of the I was about to call her a diva. That's what they were at the time. One of the women's superstars say, "Oh, I remember when Macho Man turned on Hulk Hogan." And it's like, wait, yo, you wasn't born yet. Like, you weren't even alive to see that. But I think that's what LeBron was doing. LeBron was just doing his WWE impersonate. Like, LeBron remembers when Wilt dropped 100. Man, he was the dude who handed Wilt the paper with the 100 on it. That was LeBron.
LeBron was watching Winning Time. Talking about, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that game. I remember that game. That was crazy. Yeah, Kareem did that. Yeah, I remember that game.
Next episode of The Shop, he's going to be telling us, man, there ain't a more clutch player in the league than Harrison Barnes. I knew when Harrison Barnes went to the foul line against the Memphis Grizzlies, he was going to be the most clutch, but we was going to nickname him Mr. Clutch.
Well, look, man, it's 12:37, and that man balled again.
He did.
He balled again.
Yep.
I mean, that's the Harrison Barnes that this team is really dangerous with. Like, if you get that Harrison Barnes, a lot of times when I talk about Harrison, I'm talking about like, give me your 14, 15, 16 maybe. You know what I mean? You give me that, this team could work. If he's up here feeling confident enough and in the groove enough to go for 26 a couple days after going for 27.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
he's comfortable. Yeah,
sky's the limit. But here's the thing, and I noticed this in the first half. Let me see the official numbers because I haven't seen it in a while. Will Z talked about it. Kevin Durant talked about it. This Kings team gets wide open looks. Wide open looks. They had the Grizzlies' heads spinning on the defensive end. They didn't know where the ball was at. They didn't know who to cover. They were scrambling. And the Grizzlies are a good defensive team. They got good defensive principles. And the Kings were getting wide open shots. You could make the argument, and I'm not trying to sound any type of way, about this, but you can make the argument the Grizzlies might have dodged the bullet with this game not even being a bigger game than what Kings were 15 of 45 from the 3-point line. They had just off the top of my head, they had another 7 that they could have made that were wide open that they just bricked. They missed a lot of wide open threes.
Missed a lot of them late too.
Yeah, they missed a lot early too.
I'm talking about they missed shots that would have taken the 12-point lead to 15.
Yeah, absolutely.
They missed shots that would have busted the game wide open to the point where there was no point in pressing defense. The game would have been over.
Right. So, like I said, that's just the way the game goes or whatever, just how it is. But that's a good sign for me that they continue to get wide open looks at the 3-ball pretty much every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice also to be on the other end of looking at a team's free throw shooting percentage and go, whew, God, that wasn't us. They were 19 of 30.
It's not going to get the job done.
And nothing better than the clip of Ja Morant telling Malik Monk, "Don't miss," and Malik doesn't. And then Ja has a chance to tie the game, and he misses the first one.
Yeah. I like Ja, but if these two teams are good, it'll be fun to, kind of battle and complain about some of the things that Ja did.
Ja's a bad dude. He had 20 points in the fourth quarter. He had 15 free throws. 15 free throws. For comparison, De'Aaron had 6.
6. And you mean to tell me him being guarded by Dylan Brooks, he only got fouled 6 times? Dylan Brooks
probably fouled him 6 times on one play.
Right.
Man.
Yeah. The fact that I don't even know if I'm saying 15, but the fact that he wasn't able to go to the line 10 to 12 times in that game. Come on, man. Come on. Like I said, I need some of the calls for De'Aaron that Ja was getting last night. That's all I'm saying.
He got comfortable shooting that 3 again last night. He hadn't done that in the last, at least not to this volume, in the last, I think, 2 games.
Hey, and that's the thing that kind of is taken away by the way they finished that game. And he didn't have a great finish to that game. Like I'm with Kamar a little bit. I wanted him to be a little more solid in that 4 minutes, and he wasn't always that as my point guard. But that takes away a little bit from he was dominating that game. He was dominating. The Memphis Grizzlies had no answer. They put their best defender in Dylan Brooks on De'Aaron Fox, and he couldn't do nothing with him. De'Aaron was dominating that game. What a performance by him. And I'm not, the final 4 minutes or whatever, like I'm not going to let that distract from the fact that he was killing. I thought he was going to go for close to 40.
Yeah, I thought he was too. I want to ask you more about that though, De'Aaron and those final 4. I want to talk more about De'Aaron Fox, period, because I think we've done a lot of broad strokes with this game, but I want to dive into a few other things. Obviously, we just dove into the work that Harrison Barnes put in again last night, and Mike Brown had some things to say about Harrison Barnes that I think really they're very telling, especially when you go back and you look at those final 4 or 5 minutes. So we'll come back. Much more Kings talk ahead when Dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I just because there's a lot of people in here, so I just kind of wanted to set the table for what we're doing. We're going to come back. We'll talk about De'Aaron, and we'll talk more about the Kings. And for about 10 minutes, we're going to talk to our man, Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. And then we'll probably be Kings the rest of the day. But we really wanted to get that one 49ers convo in here because we needed it for the weekend. So don't go away when Nick gets here and thinks, oh, we're talking 49ers for the next hour. We're literally talking 49ers for like 10 to 11 minutes. And then we're back to the Kings. We're back to taking your calls. James Ham, final hour of the show. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up of what we were doing. And hit the thumbs up while you're here. Hit the thumbs up for Kenny's Crush Soda, please. We are not doing a show on Friday. We're going to take the next couple of days off.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the hospital on Friday.
You are. Joey, you're calling the wrong number probably. It's 916-909-1320. That's the number, Joey. 916-909-1320. You're probably calling our old one.
But what were you gonna say about Hove?
Oh, so like the verses, it's great, but we really jumped out the window with it because of its length. He did the same exact thing on What's Free, like the same thing, and I listened to them. They came up back to back on a playlist. Going into the studio the other morning, I think the verse on What's Free is better. It's not like I'm not God did isn't bad or anything resembling it. I just think we jump out the window a little bit when it comes because Hove doesn't drop music very often. So he drops a verse, which is the length of a song, and we get really wrapped up and it's the greatest verse ever. it might be the longest verse ever. But when you go back to what's free is
What's free? He went crazy.
cold.
Yeah. I think they're equal.
That's fine.
I can't choose between the two because that God did verse what's crazy. But you know, the whole this is best verse ever. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I remember listening to Joe Budden when that came out. Then he's like, "You guys are crazy. He has 50 verses better than this one. You guys have lost your mind." And it was like people were like, "No, that's crazy. He don't have 50 verses better than this one." And then he just simply went like, "All right, let's go to the blueprint. Verse on here. This ain't cold. Oh, okay. This verse. Okay. No, this verse. Yeah. No."
I think people just got caught up because it was 3.5 minutes long.
I think one of my favorite verses for him is on the Go Crazy remix.
Mm.
I'm the definition of it. Master the chef, lord of the kitchen cupboard. More than a street legend, homie, it's Hova. More than a relief pitcher, I'm the closer. The Mariano of the Marriott. We still actually don't have a name for the baby. But we have these little nicknames or whatever. And the one that I like a lot is we call her Little Snow. Your mom is Big Snow. Like we were listening to Jeezy one time, and Jazz likes Jeezy. I was like, what you think, you the snow woman? She's like, yeah, I'm Big Snow, and this is Little Snow.
I like that.
Listen, I was like, yeah, Little
Y'all
Snow.
might want to get moving on that name though. You got like a final list or?
Yeah, I think it's down to like 3 names. I think that's where it comes down to.
The top 6 seed Caraway.
The drought's over.
Beam Caraway.
Surprised Jesse hasn't said Tua Caraway.
I mean, that works too.
It works. Tua.
Hey, Lil Tua's gonna go to the league, huh?
I haven't seen too much on him. He's pretty good, I think.
He was.
That's the brother.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, he good. He's good. Man, they really beat the hell out of Sabonis last night. Man, I'm watching the game back last night. They really roughed up Sabonis. Sabonis takes a beating, man.
And he be getting his ass whooped.
Like goodness, great. Like, give the brother a little bit of respect. Like, dang. Hey, and credits to him. You know, Kamara, we called in earlier. Phone lines are open for you, by the way, 916-909-1320. He was talking about the physicality of the game. And we talked about the Steven Adams matchup, how Steven Adams maybe is one of a very, very small handful of guys who is as stronger than Domantas Sabonis. And they tried to take Domas out with his physicality. And I think they were relatively successful on the offensive end in terms of his ability to score, but he still did everything else really, really well.
He did.
He found a way to be a really integral part of everything that the Kings were doing on every single possession, despite the fact he was getting the hell beat out of him every time he tried to do anything near the basket.
Yeah, and to me, one of the signature signs of that was what he was able to do on the boards. Only 13 rebounds, I say only, but I mean, he was battling. He was battling, and there was a stretch in that fourth quarter, I think it was, where he came down with like 3-4 boards in a row, and he was just saying one shot only for you guys. Sabonis is, people talk about how strong he is and, you know, the ox and all this other stuff. He's also tougher than a $2 steak. Sabonis is tough as they come. And and I'm glad he's on our team.
Real talk, and I'm glad that De'Aaron Fox is on this team as well. Before we dive into all of the amazing things De'Aaron did, can you expand a little bit on, because I think I know what direction you're going. So I'm going to promptly stall him out if you're going in the direction I think you are. But you said you wanted more from De'Aaron in those final 4 minutes.
Not, I guess you can't say more, but he's the point guard. He's the point guard, and Memphis turned up the pressure at the end of that game, and I thought he lost the ball a couple of times. He had a couple of turnovers. He wasn't able to catch the ball on a couple of passes.
And to be fair,
a little bit more.
To be fair, he only had the one, and that was the pass. The other turnover, I think, was given to, I think it was Malik.
It was
the pass.
And then Davion tried to inbounds to him. That was on Davion because it was, it was a hot pass or whatever the case may be.
It felt like so the point where I was saying I think I'm gonna stall De'Aaron out a little bit, because as we all know, I am like a top tier De'Aaron Fox stan now. With the exception of the one where they crowded him, and I think they deflected the pass that I can't remember if he was trying to go to Davion or Harrison, and it went the other way, but that was ultimately that was his first and only turnover of the game, and it was very, very, very late in the game. But I don't feel like he had an opportunity to take over the game. He never got the ball in his hands, or continue taking over the game, as he was obviously playing incredible up until that point.
And here's the other thing about that, where I'll stall him out a little bit as well, and I see progression in all this. Is he was going after the ball. And I think in years past, one of the things that frustrated me, especially when it was time for free throws and stuff like that, he would shy away from coming to getting the ball. And I'm like, yo, you're the point guard.
Yeah.
He would take the ball out. I'm like, no, you're the point guard. You ain't taking it out. I need the ball in your hands so we could put this away. And I saw him numerous times yesterday racing to go get the ball. Now, Dylan Brooks was doing a good job defending off ball and not making it easier, whatever the case may be. But even the one that was Malik Monk's turnover, that was on Malik. Like, I would have wanted Fox to handle the ball. I'm perfectionist like that, right? Like, even in that Orlando game, I was like, Trey Lyles, catch the ball first, right? It's a bad pass, but still bring it in. So same thing here. Like, it was a bad pass by Monk. I'd want Fox to bring it in. But on that play, I saw him yelling, like, Monk, give me the ball. He raced in the backcourt to try and come get it. Give me the ball. These are the things that I didn't see from him, a year or two ago. And it's a sign of growth, and a sign of confidence, and it's a sign of leadership. So when I say I wanted him, to close out that game in the fourth quarter, not just with like the scoring or anything, but the ball in your hands, you make the decisions, things of that nature. It might be a little nitpicky. I get it. But, that's my point guard. I want my point guard to bring it on home. And, there was just a couple instances last night where, I wanted it to turn out a little different for him.
And I guess my thing is, I feel like he was bringing it home. And Memphis said, okay, someone else is going to have to do it. Anybody else is going to have to do it. And when they ramped up the pressure, everyone froze. Or and maybe that's a discredit to the Kings. I shouldn't say everyone froze. They ramped up some serious pressure that I don't know that they were ready for, and struggled to get the ball in bounds, struggled to get the ball in the front court, and lost everything that makes them great. They lost the ability to move the ball. They lost the ability to make that extra pass to find open guys. Just everything kind of got stuck. But they did enough to hang on. And as you noted, that's all that matters. And hang on.
And once again, even saying that, it's not a whole lot of possessions, right? Like, it's not like a bunch, like he was terrible in the last 4 minutes. I mean, he had a couple of shots. Well, he had the free throws, but then he had a couple of shots that looked like it was putting it away. He put him up by 11 with 2 minutes to go, or whatever the case may be. But there was, the live ball turnover. And then a couple of dicey passes, one from Davion, one from Malik, that were going to De'Aaron, and I'm like, hold on to the ball. I don't even I guess you have to because it was called on him, but I don't hold the foul against him because I don't think he fouled.
I don't think so either. I don't think he did either.
So, like I said, it's not like he was horrible by any means. He was fine, but I'm just looking, late games. Let me get that ball to the point guard and let me close it out. Let me bring this up. It got to the point where Harrison was bringing the ball up late in that game, and it worked out. That's fine. It's all good. But I don't want any of that to distract
Harrison Barnes, Mr. Clutch.
Mr. Clutch. I don't want any of that to take away from the game I thought De'Aaron Fox had last night. He was
definitely.
He was phenomenal last night. That was a big time performance. And like I said, he was guarded by an aggressive, physical perimeter defender and good perimeter defender in Dillon Brooks. And Dillon Brooks had no answer for him. Yeah. He was cooking Dillon Brooks and the entire Memphis Grizzlies defense. So that last couple minutes or a couple possessions here and there, for me personally, doesn't take away from the game that he had last night. I thought he was great.
Yeah. 25-5, or it's basically 26-5 and 6.4. His percentages, De'Aaron Fox, his percentages on the season, 55 from the field, 40 from three, and 84.4 from the free throw line. His career percentages, 46, 32, and 73. He is better across the board so far this season.
The proof is, we talked about this a little bit a couple of days ago. The proof is in the work. He put in the work at an extremely high level to prepare for this season, and it's paying dividends. You can see it. You can see it. He worked on his game. I'm not here to say he didn't work on his game last year or anybody, whatever. But I tell the kids I work with all the time, when I see you and I ask you, hey, you've been working on your game, you've been working on your shot. They all, yep, been working on it. I was like, you can tell me whatever. I'll know when we get on the court. Mm-hmm. I'll see it. That's where you can't hide. And that's the same thing with De'Aaron Fox. You see the work he's put in this offseason, this summer, because of how he's playing right now. In my opinion, his shot didn't just get better by accident. He didn't perfect that mid-range by accident. Then he worked his butt off at it this summer. And now we're seeing the fruits of that labor with the way he's starting this season. And I'm still in awe every time he's played this year, and he can literally do whatever he wants out there on the floor.
Well, and I think that's one of the best things about all of this is you talk about the proof is in the, like, you see it, all of the work that he put it, you see, and now, because people ask, how sustainable is this for the Kings? How sustainable is this for De'Aaron? His confidence is through the roof. Mm-hmm. To me, that holds weight. Yep. That holds a lot of weight when you're playing with that much confidence.
Yep. Absolutely, man. And he earned it, man. He deserved it, man. He deserves all this, man. Because I say all the time, people give credit to a number of different people in these situations, and they deserve credit. It's a team effort in some respects. But he's the one that woke up every morning and put the work in. He's the one that got in the gym. He did all that. He deserves a lot of credit for some of the sacrifices that he made to improve.
He took a coach on his honeymoon, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, and left his honeymoon early. And shout out to wifey as well for, not even second guessing that and making it happen. But he's the one to say, it's this important to me. It's this important and it's this vital that I do this work. And he deserves all the credit in the world. I'm really happy for him to see it paying off for him right now.
Yeah, there's much more to dive into when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. We got to talk about that bench, man. We've got to talk about Freeport, Chimezie Metu, and the way that he's been playing. He's been incredible. We'll talk about the way that he's been playing and how this roster has really shown its depth. in recent games. And we'll do that here in just a few minutes. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube, as well as we welcome in our buddy Nick Wagoner. He covers the 49ers for ESPN. And if you're not following this man on Twitter, you are missing out. This man got stats on stats on stats. Nick, we appreciate you for being with us. It feels like this 49ers team is ramping up. Could they get better as the weeks roll along, or continue to get better as the weeks roll along?
Yeah, well, first of all, I got a quick bone to pick with you guys. I just want to bring this up right off the bat, just get it out of the way. You know, I came on in training camp, and I mentioned that it showed up as spam risk on my phone, and then I didn't get the invite back until Thanksgiving. And it doesn't. As a journalist, I'm told not to believe in coincidence, and it doesn't feel like one, guy.
That's me.
That's us, Nick. That's us. That's us. Right.
We're gonna do two things, Nick. We're gonna correct that. And then immediately when we get off the phone, you're going to send me your hoodie size and mailing address, and we're going to get you some D'Lo and KC merch to make up for it.
And see, that's all I really wanted. That's all I really wanted. And I got to give you guys props because it did not say spam risk when you called me today.
Hey!
So, look at us. We're moving on now.
Hoodies, you got merch. You got no spam risk. Like it's the real deal. So anyway, I will go and answer your question now. My bad.
This is a big day for D'Lo and KC. We're not a spam risk anymore.
I got something to be thankful for. I'm not a spam risk.
Absolutely. No spam on the table on Thanksgiving either, right? Like that's how you know you've made it. But yeah, on the 49ers, seriously, I definitely think they're positioned to make a run here. And the way that they've kind of come together over the last few weeks is, you know, people look at the opponents and they say, okay, they always beat the Rams. The Cardinals are terrible. The Chargers are kind of in this weird place where they're real banged up, kind of like what the Niners were a few weeks ago, right? So you look at all that and say, okay, maybe this is just a fluke. But then you look at how they're winning the games, and that's always what I think is a better barometer of, are you handling business against the teams you're supposed to beat and in a way that makes people believe. And the big thing about the other night's game, Arizona's not in a good place. That's a little bit of a mess and dysfunctional. But you look at all the Niners' offensive talent, and we've all kind of been waiting for that offensive explosion to come based on the weapons that they have, and it hadn't yet. But then it did, and it did it in a way where everybody got to eat, right? Like that was, to me, the more impressive thing where, you know, Brandon Ayuk doesn't have but 2 catches, but both of them are touchdowns. George Kittle scores 2 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey over 100 yards from scrimmage. Deebo Samuel right at about 100 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown. So everybody's doing it, and that's what you want to see, because if you're an opposing defense and you're trying to game plan for this team, that's the whole point. Yeah, that's why they went out and got Christian McCaffrey. They have all these weapons that make them better. And if you look at the numbers, I posted this the other night, but the numbers, the market difference in a few key stats since they got McCaffrey, let's just use third down as an example. They were somewhere in the middle of the pack, guys, like 41%, something like that on third down before McCaffrey got here. Since then, it's in the 50s, like 53, something like that. That's a big difference. And the difference is Christian McCaffrey, where it's 3rd and 6, and you can check it down to him, and it might be 3 yards short of the marker, but he's going to make that first guy miss, and he's going to get that first down, and you're going to keep a drive alive. And I think that is it's really, you know, it's oversimplifying maybe, but I also think it's just the truth that adding Christian McCaffrey has changed their offense on a number of different levels.
No, he's an absolute game changer, and one of the things that I would continue to say, and look, I've never coached an NFL game, so it's probably, I'm making it too simplistic when I say this, but you've got Kittle, you've got Deebo, you got Ayuk, now you got Christian McCaffrey. I mean, is it impossible to say, hey, let's try and get Kittle 8 to 10 targets, our best 8 to 10 George Kittle plays. Let's make sure we run him to get him a look. Same for Deebo, same for Christian McCaffrey, and Brandon Ayuk, maybe 6 to 10 or whatever the case may be. And it was always like, why can't you just do that? Well, in that Arizona game, it felt like that's kind of what Kyle Shanahan was doing, because everybody was getting targets, everybody was getting touches, and Brandon Ayuk, like you said, he only got 2, but down in the red zone, in the end zone, they were looking for him. So is it that simple for these guys moving forward to just say, hey, let's make sure our playmakers get involved somehow, some way, and put the onus on the defense to try and figure it out?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And to your point, like, I thought the fascinating thing about the game the other night was they came out throwing. They threw 21 times in the first half, and they only had 7 rushes, which is unheard of for a Shanahan team. And I'm not just talking about Kyle. I mean, I'm going way back. Like, that's just not how they operate, right? Like, it's always run to set up the pass. But you play a team like Arizona, which, let's be honest, has given the 49ers fits in recent years. And part of it is they love to do that thing where they load up the front. You know, they put 6 guys on the defensive line, you know, creeping up linebackers or safeties or whatever, and daring the 49ers to throw it. Well, they did it. And guess what happened right out of halftime after they threw 21 times in the first half? 7 of the first 8 plays in the second half were run plays. Deebo takes one to the house, and they extend the lead and basically put the game away. And I think that to your point, gives them the option now to, you know, just approach it based on what the defense is giving them. And Jimmy Garoppolo's job is not only to distribute the ball, but just take care of it. And it makes it so much easier for him where if the play breaks down, and we're seeing this more from him here, especially in recent weeks, where he's escaping the pocket a little bit, buying himself some time, making some off-schedule plays. You saw it, the Ray McCloud throw against the Chargers, and then this week the touchdown to Kittle, the first one, where things broke down and he made something happen. But he also has that option of, I can just check it down to Christian McCaffrey here, and it's going to turn into more than just a quick little gain or whatever. And that is, you know, they've won 14 games in a row since when Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't throw a pick. And that's the most by any quarterback. It passed Joe Montana the other night, the most by any 49ers quarterback in terms of winning games when they haven't thrown a pick. So it's really, like we're talking about, oversimplifying, but sometimes it is just simple, guys. Like, can you block better, tackle better, and take care of the ball? And you're gonna have a chance to win every time you go out there.
Yeah. So Nick, in its most simplistic way, based on what you just said, mistake-free Jimmy Garoppolo. Is that the difference between the San Francisco 49ers being a playoff team and the San Francisco 49ers being a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I think that's well put, Damian. Like, if I'm looking at it, it's, you know, let's go back to 2019. After 2019, which I think we would all agree was Jimmy Garoppolo's best professional season, right? He stayed healthy. They went to the Super Bowl. He didn't take care of the ball that well that year. You know, he threw, I think, 13 picks that season, something like that. And then in the playoffs, he struggled a little bit to the point where Kyle Shanahan didn't have a lot of faith in him. Well, if you fast forward to now and say, well, he clearly has faith in him if he's throwing the ball 21 times in the first half, is that going to carry over into the postseason? And it will if Jimmy Garoppolo can continue to take care of the ball. And to me, you know, there was a lot said after that 2019 season about, can Jimmy Garoppolo take the next step, quote unquote, the next step? Because Matt Ryan in Atlanta under Kyle Shanahan had taken a big jump from year 1 in the offense to year 2, went to won MVP and all that stuff. No one thought Jimmy Garoppolo necessarily was going to win MVP, but for Garoppolo, the things that people were looking for were 2 things. 1, is he going to take more shots downfield? And 2, can he take care of the ball better? And I don't know that the shots downfield is ever going to necessarily be a staple, but you're seeing a little bit more, especially outside the numbers this year. And the taking care of the ball thing has been much better. And look, some of this too is luck. You know, he had a couple throws in that Rams game that Jalen Ramsey should have picked. One of them should have been a touchdown. But Pro Football Focus has a number that I think it's turnover-worthy plays, they call it. And a percentage of passes that he's thrown. So it kind of accounts for plays that should have been picked. And his number's been cut in half so far this year from where it was even last year. So there's a lot of good signs for the 49ers that the offense is rounding into shape. Again, Christian McCaffrey gives them that just kind of, it's not just a safety valve, right? Like you check it down and you're just like, oh, we're just going to take the completion and then we're going to go punt. It is check it down, but with a purpose. And I think that's really a huge difference that is making Jimmy Garoppolo's life a lot easier right now.
Hey, Nick, on the other side of the ball, we've seen this 49ers defense specifically in the second half of these last 3 games completely shut things down. Shut things down. No points allowed in the second half of their last 3 games. I thought one of the biggest blows to this team, who had a ton of injuries, was the Emmanuel Mosley injury. I thought that was one that just they couldn't shake, and they couldn't figure out what was going on for a couple of weeks without Emmanuel Mosley. It seems like maybe they've kind of gotten their legs under them and they're ready to get back to the way they played maybe the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. Do you see that with this defense? Are they getting primed to getting back to where they were earlier in the season now after losing Emmanuel Mosley?
Yeah, I think to your point, it took a while to figure out how to replace Mosley because he was definitely playing very well. I mean, he was playing every bit as well as Charvarius Ward, who's been great for them, and signing him has been validated on a number of levels because the trickle down effect of losing Mosley didn't hurt quite as bad, right? You know, Mosley didn't have to become the number one, and then you figure out the number two and number three and all that stuff. I think Diamador Lenore is playing pretty well. He's a physical guy, and he's not afraid to come up and help in the run defense, and that's been really good. I will say, I think the biggest thing for this team, and this kind of goes back to Damien's question a second ago on being more of not just a playoff contender, but a Super Bowl contender, is the health of Eric Armstead. And I say that because the one thing that they've been lacking defensively, and I'm not taking a shot at them because they've been very good. They're outscoring opponents 54-0 in the second half over the last 3 games. So they're clearly doing a lot right. But just in terms of taking that defense to that elite level, you know, having Armstead in an interior pass rush makes a significant difference. And if you go back to the playoffs last year, in those first 2 playoff games in particular, and really down the stretch of that season as a whole, Eric Armstead was basically unblockable. And you have him and Bosa together, that creates havoc. And you know, there was a stretch here recently, guys. I probably have to look up what the number is now, adding these recent games to it, but including that Kansas City game where there was a 3-game stretch where the interior pass rushers, you know, the guys that they're running out there, Hassan Ridgeway, Akeem Spence, Kevin Givens, Kerry Hyder Jr., had 99 pass rush attempts. And you know how many pressures they had on those 99? 3. And they were all by Kevin Givens. And so I just think that when you get into those playoff games and you a guy like Tom Brady, who, you know, the only thing we've seen him struggle with is in his whole career is interior pressure. Guys like that you're going to see in the playoffs, that is a huge factor for them. They've been fine. The run defense has continued to be excellent without Armstead. I just think he takes their defense to another level. That is the kind of thing that can win games, particularly in January when points are a little harder to come by. They're going to need him.
Nick, you are the man, my brother. We appreciate you so much. Hoodie size, mailing address, and we got you, man. We appreciate you for joining us.
I got it. I can't wait, and I look forward to 5 months from now when we
I was just about to tell you, hey, look ready for about 5 days from now, man. We're gonna tap back in or something, Nick. We're gonna hear from you again.
Anytime you need me, guys. Take care.
Appreciate you. Happy holidays, man. That's our man, Nick. If you're a 49ers fan, if you're a football fan, you should be following Nick Wagoner on Twitter, man. He's just one of the absolute best.
It's funny. I've been following Nick Wagoner for a long time, like, because he's just been that good. I remember, you know, when I would get into like just trying to get information as a fan, you know, he's been around, and it's a guy that's been around for a minute, man, and he does a great job. He does a really
Bay Area hip hop connoisseur as well.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, let Mac Dre.
That's my bag. That's not it.
Yeah, let Mac Dre or Too Short and my man Nick's on the dance floor. Let one of them beats drop and my man Nick's on the dance floor. That's for sure. I tried
to the Nick Odyssey party.
Yeah, well, I tried to get Nick out to the house for the last one, but I think there was I think there was practice that day, and he couldn't make it out. We'll come back. Much more to talk about with the Sacramento Kings. We mentioned Chimezie Metu and the depth that this roster has really shown over the course of the last couple of days. Last couple of games, excuse me. Want to talk more about De'Aaron Fox. I'm so excited for the Kings. I damn near put the Kings in the Super Bowl with that conversation with Nick Wagoner. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I don't know, guys. What you think? Is my lighting okay? I'm gonna stay. I feel like staying in.
Did the light go out? Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the ambiance.
Yeah, it looks good. All right, calm down.
Oh yeah,
settle down. Stop it. That works. Yeah. Sunday. Yeah. Okay. Matt Stafford ruled out. Man, what a
concussion.
What a shit show of a season. I think they said I think it said it was his neck. So another quarterback. Let's see, Sean McVay, Stafford, Sunday, the Chiefs, due to what the team believes is a strained neck. All right. You don't need to be playing anyways. You don't need to be playing anyways. You don't need to be playing. Man, that thing blew up quick for the Rams. I thought they had one more push in them before they got to this point, man, but that thing blew up quick.
Yeah, they
and oh boy, got to be done, right? Like, if you're contemplating retirement
I don't.
and you came back for money and it goes like this, like you should probably
Just get out. Just get out now.
I mean, you're that dude. You've got your faculty. Just get out of there.
Get out now. You got your ring.
Yeah.
You tried to defend it. Cool. It didn't work. All right.
You know, Steve, I think you're saying this tongue in cheek, but the answer is probably yes. Like, as long as the win streak continues to go, like, I think every win takes on a new, like, I think it takes on a new importance each game they win. I don't even have a team, and I wouldn't. I would have last year. I absolutely would have last year. I don't think I would now.
Stafford's a good quarterback. There's a lot of times when he gives it up, you know, and even in that Super Bowl run, he gave it up a couple of times, and the other teams couldn't take advantage of it, but he gives it up a little too much. But he's super talented though. Like he's really, really talented.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very good. Thank you, Matt. Just as a reminder, please don't donate money.
$2 for Rich, not Ripley.
We love you guys to death. Thank you for the support.
$2 for Stacy.
Stacy, look, they throwing money at us. That's how hot we are.
Thank you, though.
They throwing money at 98 Rock? I don't think so. Maybe if we get enough people to donate money, we don't even need sponsors.
Yeah. Hey, last night after work, I was trying to get home. You know, I had the spaceship, and it was just like, this is kind of cutting it close. Like, I think I could get there, but when I get home, like, how long would it take me to get to another?
You mean in terms of charging?
Yeah. So I stopped off downtown and went to the garage, did the supercharger thing, had about 20, 30 minutes plus. I'm going to go somewhere and watch the Kings game while I'm doing that. Doco was popping. They had the college games on, but I tried to go to Yard House. I couldn't get a seat at the bar. It was packed. Kings were on everywhere, and it didn't look like everybody was like Sac State, UC Davis alumni. They were there. Couldn't get a seat at the bar, and then unfortunately, they've got to do better. I'm not here to disparage them, but I went into Punch Bowl. They didn't have the game on at all. Bad job. So I ended up going to Sauce and watch some of the first quarter. Or I watched the whole first quarter, but yeah. Bad job by Punch Bowl.
They didn't text you this time. Hey, come get your effing car out of here before we charge you for it.
Yeah, they did.
There you go.
Idling fees will apply soon.
That's facts. Instead of donating to the YouTube, sorry, Dr. David, buy a hoodie instead.
There you go.
Or a T-shirt. We always say hoodies because we love rocking our hoodies, but we've got T-shirts and crew necks and all that stuff there too.
And it's cold. Although it's not cold in this studio. It's a perfect 73 degrees in here.
It does feel nice in the studios today.
Yeah.
You are both assholes because I know what you're doing.
What?
I know what you both are doing. But
what are we doing?
You are probably
gonna come to work, Damien. We don't stay at home when the break's coming up.
You were probably talking shit too. He ain't here. Turn the heat up.
I did turn it up yesterday. But it's crazy. It really is crazy how much of a difference that makes. It was only on 70, and I turned it up to like 72, 73, and it felt different. That's so weird.
70's like it's chilly. Like 70's chilly in there.
But how does 2 degrees change?
I just think because it's so small. I think because the room's so small. Like it's probably 70 degrees where I'm sitting right now, but it doesn't feel the same because the temperature isn't measured by this singular room that I'm sitting in. That's probably why.
It always confuses me.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
Seriously, though, I think me and Casey are the only ones here today.
Yeah, everybody left.
I believe it.
I think somebody had an interview today.
I believe it. No one was going to tell him.
Slammy was here.
I don't KSFM job. Who?
Slammy was here. I don't think she's here anymore. Hold on, here we go.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You want to get in on these phone lines? Man, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320. Phone lines open for you. Again, 916-909-1320. We're guest free till 3 o'clock. James will jump in. Do we got a call of the game today?
We do have a call of the game.
Oh, okay. We'll start taking guesses for call of the game, where if you guess right, you get nothing.
Nothing. You get a happy Thanksgiving.
Maybe
a personal happy Thanksgiving from me and Damien.
You maybe you get a happy holidays for me. You get a happy turkey day.
Yeah, there's that too. There is that too. Yeah.
Or just a happy Thursday.
Yes, I smell what you're cooking. Yeah.
Happy Thursday. Enjoy. You know what I'm gonna do tonight? We got the Kings at 4:30. You know, I had been kind of keeping an eye on this because things have been a little bit different since 2020, and Black Adam dropped on digital. Like you could buy or rent Black Adam.
Damn, it's not free yet.
Not yet.
Damn.
I think I'm gonna watch that tonight after the game's over.
How much is it to rent?
$20.
Oh my. I mean, I guess it's not bad because if I went to the movie theater,
that's
like $18 a person.
Also, you're an idiot if you rent it because it's $25 to just buy it, which is like $1 cheaper than going to the movies, or $2 cheaper than going to the movies. And I can make popcorn downstairs, and I got my own candy and alcohol. What do I need the movies for? I don't know why they stopped doing this. They should have, every movie that Wakanda Forever, I should have been able to watch opening night at my house.
Nah, we go pay to watch that.
No, you pay to watch it at home, just like you did during the pandemic.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give my people over there. I'm gonna give them 3 tickets as opposed to 1. Yeah,
whatever.
Give them they'll get 3 tickets instead of 1.
Whatever. They should have been able to do it just like they did during the pandemic. For people like me who would just rather watch the movie at home.
Well, they should have upped it to 40.
I'd still do it.
Have you seen it yet?
No. No, I haven't. Like, it's been tough because of the Kings schedule.
Yeah.
It's been difficult. Like, and I was like, am I gonna go Saturday morning? I got it might not, truthfully, it might not happen. Yeah, it might not happen unless I can get out there next weekend. I don't know that it's gonna happen.
I think my family's already seen Black Adam, so I don't know. Maybe they watch it again with me. I want to watch it, but I don't want to pay $25 if I'm gonna be the only one watching it.
Well, that's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable. 916-90, and you probably have some whack basketball to watch too. So
I've got a ton of basketball to watch. It's feast week, came in. It's feast week, and I need everybody in the chat. You guys like to be quiet. All right. I've got San Diego State and Arizona from last night playing right now. They're in the second half. Be quiet. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want no spoilers. So the Maui Invitational.
Nobody even knew that you were watching it. Why did you just invite that? Nobody knew you were watching it.
Well, now they know, so they need to shut up. So
if you had not said anything, no one would have even known.
Because I was about to say the Maui Invitational Championship is tonight. The PK 80 starts tomorrow on Thanksgiving. The battle for Atlantis, I think, started this morning. So yeah, there's a ton of basketball. Plus, I got to watch Sac State play in Hawaii this weekend. Hornets lost last night. Tuesday. That was a tough one. The girls, the women won though. The women are like 4-1 right now. Big ups to them.
That's right.
But yes. To answer your question, yeah, I do have a ton of basketball to watch.
I didn't ask you a question. I know you, and I know what you're doing. And if you were to purchase Black Adam for $25, you would put it on and sit there with an iPad in your lap watching some basketball game that only the parents of those kids on the screen are watching and you.
I got to do all that and deliver a baby.
You are not delivering a baby, just for the record.
I'm cutting the umbilical cord.
Good for you.
I'd
just be like, babe, let me know when.
That was crazy. I didn't think I'd be able to do it. I'm like, what do you mean cut the umbilical cord? Well, I did it with Reese. I'll do it this time.
Are we sure this is safe? I'd be terrified. It's a good thing.
That is crazy. That is a crazy thing.
It
wasn't as bad as I thought, but it was like, yo, y'all really want me to cut this?
It's a good thing kids aren't a part of my future because all of this stuff is just incredible. 916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Phil in here. Phil, what's going on, man?
Not much. I'm up in this traffic. It's hell about already, man.
Man, be careful, bro.
That day before Thanksgiving. Drive safe.
I know. I want to do the call of the game, but it's a little, I don't know. My call of the game is when Ja Morant misses the free throw. That's my call of the game.
I'm with it. I'll take it.
It might be. It might be, Phil. It might be.
I'll take it. Appreciate you, Phil. I have no idea what it is. I have no idea.
This one was kind of tough.
Yeah, because
it was kind of tough.
Because that
moment.
Yeah, not for us. All of the moments were on the other side. That job. Let's get Tom in here real quick. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Tom?
How you doing?
What's up, Tom?
You were kicking around some De'Aaron Fox stats and how he's improved his shooting across the board, and it's just fabulous to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can he be considered most improved? Would he be getting some nod there across the league for most improved?
That's a great question. I've seen a couple of people. People have brought that up a time or two. It's a great question, Tom. To me, going from 19, if these numbers hold, let's just say these numbers hold, and none of this is outrageous. Up in points by like 6 points. Rebounds, assists, percentages up almost double digits on field goal attempts, 8% on 3-point and 11% on free throw.
Wow.
There's an argument. There's absolutely an argument for it.
Yeah. No, there is. I can understand the argument. Usually feels like that goes to somebody a little younger, in their career.
Yeah.
As opposed to 5 or 6 years in. But I mean, he's improved in a major way with all those numbers.
Worth keeping an eye on. I got a t-shirt idea also. Can I toss that to you?
Let's do it.
All right. Musical reference. I have 3 visuals. The top visual is Purple Haze.
Cameron?
The second visual is Purple Rain. So we got a little Jimmy reference up top. Then we got Purple Rain, and you know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one is the Purple Beam.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it. We appreciate you, Tom, man.
And I know
thank you,
Jimmy, not Cameron. Although I love Cameron.
You love Cameron. That's why Tom was like, "You've got to be kidding me." I'm gonna completely ignore this guy. I've been trying to figure out what to do with the beam. I'm sure everybody like, what could we do with the beam that would be dope?
Yeah.
And I don't know, like when you look at our merch is all pretty specific towards something. It's the Kings or it's Luke Belair. So I don't know. I don't know where to work the beam in.
It might be able to figure something out. Just as you're saying this, I got something in my head.
The beam and the weed innuendo is just, I don't know how to, because we already got the Chronic Corners of the Culture shirt. So there's something out there. There's something out there.
Did you see? I always love these pictures. I really do. Did you see the picture our girl Christina Warner tweeted out?
Yes.
That was really
that was fire. Yeah, that was good stuff.
That was really cool.
That was good stuff. Can I mention one more thing about most improved player?
For sure.
I think, and I'll probably have to go back. I don't want to talk out my neck, but it's rare that it feels like it's rare that a player who like actually gets minutes and improves gets the most improved player award. Like a lot of time it's a person who, they were playing 11 to 12 minutes and whatever. And then all of a sudden they're playing 30, but they put up these monster numbers and it's like, oh, look how much better they are.
Right.
I'm 100% positive they're better, but they're also getting a significantly bigger opportunity. How many times has someone, and like I'm looking at the shoot, I'm looking at the list. Ja won it last year. Maybe he's an example. Julius Randle is an example of guys who played big minutes, continued to play big minutes, but got better. Ingram won it in New Orleans. I think his role changed a little bit when he got to New Orleans.
Ingram won it 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
1920.
Yeah.
Because Julius won it and then Ja won it.
Yeah,
it would be tremendous for Ja to win the Most Improved Player of the Year award and De'Aaron to win it the next year.
Tyrese gonna win it the following year.
Facts. Well, I don't know how you can improve on perfection. So
it's true. It's a great point.
Great
point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that for De'Aaron, and yeah, he's improved at a high level. I just always feel, I guess, and it goes against what we saw with those guys, because those guys are around, except for Ja, who's like a year younger, I think, a class younger than De'Aaron Fox. Usually it feels like we see that award go to somebody that's younger in their career. But Randall was probably in his 6th year. Brandon Ingram was probably in his 4th or 5th year. Like I said, Ja is a class under, so could go to De'Aaron.
Tom about to derail this whole show and send me down a rabbit hole, because I pulled up Ja. Like what was Ja's jump? His points per game jump was about 8. He went from 19.1 to 27.4, and he went down year to year in assists, up in rebounds, 3-point percentage went up, field goal percentage went up, free throw percentage went up. So the improve, it's there. That might be the bookmarker for De'Aaron. Now I need to look at Julius. Don't mind me. Do the show with it. Julius is about 5. He 19 points to 24 points. That's what De'Aaron's doing.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question about Ja Morant. What you think about Ja Morant? I think you understand.
What do you mean?
Like, do you look at him as, a franchise? Like, this is your guy. He had a great season last year. He had some really great moments in the playoffs last year. But I don't know.
Like, is he a guy you build around? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I think so.
You think?
I think Ja's really good.
I think he's unbelievably good. But I remember last year I said Ja, Fox. I put SGA in there. I think I put Trey in there. I might take Trey out. But these were guys that they couldn't be, or maybe it'd be tough for you to like really take a super step if they were the best player on your team. And I don't know. I think I would take that back with all 4 of them, because they've grown so much in the last 12 to 18 months. But I don't know, man. Ja, I look at Ja and I say, he scores really well. He's super quick, whatever the case may be. I even think he's gotten better on the defensive end. Does it get better for Memphis with Ja Morant? Is there another level they can reach with him, as the number 1 guy? Or is this the ceiling?
So this is tough, because I said at the beginning of the year I didn't think there was another level for them. That wasn't necessarily that wasn't at all an indictment of Ja. It was just my opinion on the Memphis Grizzlies. Having watched them obviously closely for 2 games, but seen Memphis play a good number of times this year. I feel like I was wrong in that. I do think they can take another step to where they're a potential conference finals team, a team battling to go to the NBA finals. Like, I can absolutely see that.
And let me ask you something. Is that because I think I'll tell you what I think. That may be because Desmond Bane is so much better than maybe we thought. Desmond Bane is an all-star 2 guard.
Sure. Like, yeah, like I believe the team is really good. I know that they won games without Ja last year, but I'm not of the it'll be hard to sell if you told me that Ja Morant's gone. He just left. He's never going back to the Grizzlies. It would be hard for me to believe that I wouldn't see them the same way. It would be hard for me to believe that they're a conference, final contender or a championship contender. I still believe that they're good because I think they're coached very well. I think they're built in a very, very specific way, but I think part of the way that they're built is to complement Ja.
Yeah, there's no point to be proven with that question. I just was trying to get your opinion on it. I love watching him play. I love his game. He puts so much pressure on the defense with his quickness and explosiveness.
I mean, he's no Kevin Huerter, but he's good. Yeah, he's good. Kevin Huerter, who's just had another phenomenal game for the Kings last night.
Oh man,
there's no way he's not amped up for tonight.
Oh, he's got to be ready to go. He's got to be ready to go to, going back to Atlanta. And there's always a bit of, you guys traded me.
Yeah.
That's where I do understand like all the Tyrese stuff or whatever. I think he takes it a little too far, but y'all traded me. I know if I got traded from a team and I get to play them, I'm trying to light them up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So he's got
it's no different than when you're released of your job. Like when you get an opportunity to lay into your former employer, yeah, you want to do it.
Yeah.
I get it.
So Huerter gonna be ready to go. He's gonna be ready to put in some work.
I knew it. I saw the look in his eyes. I knew he was going for 50.
I told all my friends, I said, "Why are you about to go for 50?" Watch.
There was a play in the first half that Memphis flops a lot too. By the way, they just go flailing all over the place. I'm like, what are you doing right here? There's a great play where Kevin Huerter, Memphis's defense was just swarming. This was the first half. Harrison was like he wanted to go up, but I don't think he had an angle for a layup, so he threw it out to Kevin Huerter, who was in the corner for the 3, caught it, did the shot fake, had a defender go by him, stepped in and kind of kept an eye on where the defender was before he decided he was going to pull up and take that short mid-range. So, it was just such a savvy play that got a basket when the Kings needed it in the first half. And he not only he seems to hit a lot of calming baskets. Like if a team is on a run or you need a basket for either or for your run or to slow them down, Kevin Huerter seems to be the go-to guy for that. And he, over the last couple of games, has just been, I mean, really through the whole season he has, but it's really stood out over the last couple of games.
Yeah, man. And the one thing that I see from Kevin Huerter, from Harrison Barnes, Malik Monk, is Mike Brown is starting to get a rotation and starting to kind of settle into, guys that are going to play, when you're going to play, how much you're going to play. And these guys on the court are starting to get a feel for that. And Kevin Huerter is getting a feel for what his role is on this team, is, as a sniper, is a guy that uses these Sabonis screens and can come off screens and hit shots. And I love the way he's playing right now. I love the way he's playing.
He's just one of a number of guys who are playing really well.
Mitch always playing really well.
Yeah, I want to mention the Mike Brown quote regarding Harrison Barnes, but we got to talk to our guy Mitch before the holiday.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Hope everything's well. You guys are doing better than me. I tell you why. Casey, Damon. Yesterday, these 2 pit bulls charged me. I tell you. And my big mistake is and then nothing's broken. I got my tetanus shot. The whole day was really just, and then I went to the police department, and then also she's off taking tomorrow. And my big mistake is I should have had asked for proof of shots, but they finally I called a while ago. The person people that says I can leave, you're not allowed to leave stuff at the mailbox. And I didn't notice the flags for invisible fence. I always on their property. I have to leave at the garage or the front door. I see them coming down. I kind of toss the box at him. He bites the box and he bites my ankle. I couldn't believe it. It was like I kind of froze.
God,
I was like a deer in headlights.
Bro, that's ridiculous.
I don't want anybody to be put down.
No.
I won't mention any people. I don't want the dogs to be put down. I don't want to get a lawyer. So I want to make sure I don't have to begin injection. My brother's telling me you're going to wait 5-7 days. You're going to depend on the police. Make sure you don't. It could be too late.
Yeah, well, I don't think the police need to get involved, but they do need to make sure that they have a way to get their mail and packages without the dogs being just loose and ready to bite somebody.
Well, you should know your dogs. They should know. What happens if it could be a lot worse for me or for maybe a little kid just wandering into their property.
Yeah, I agree. I'm glad you're okay, Mitch.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Kings are going terrific. I didn't think I'd make the playoffs. This might be the best Kings since Weber's days. Loving it. Mitchell, you know him, and I'm going to mention about Mr. Davis. He got some playing time and he scored. All right. Keegan has to pick it up, though. Get a little word there. And the 49ers, it's going to be 49ers and Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Ooh, I like that, Mitch. I like that. Let's go, baby. Let's go all the way to the bowl. I still say it's 49ers and Ravens, so sticking with that.
I don't think you saw Adam Schefter's latest tweet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Lamar is on the injury report with a hip issue. And apparently it's been there a couple of times. Appreciate the shout out to Ramsey. I was trying to this helps me. Matoo. 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 That's one of my favorite Mitchisms right there.
There was a lot that went on in that Mitch call. I'm glad he's okay. Pitbull bit him.
Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot happening that some of I'm admittedly some of it I just missed. I saw you guys are doing better than I am. I had a pit bull charge at me, and then I lost a lot of what happened after that.
Did too. Jesse was trying. We couldn't really get the transcripts going on, but he got bit on the ankle. He's okay. He got his tetanus shot. I don't know if he got a rabies shot, but he doesn't want anybody put down or anything. He just wants it to be better. So there's that.
Well, we don't want you put down either, Mitch.
We definitely don't. Real quick, our guy Will Z, he had a Metu stat.
Okay. Oh, very good.
He says if you break it down to dunks per minute, Metu is first in the NBA with 0.12 dunks per minute, minimum 50 minutes played. He is so good in the dunker spot for the Kings.
John Paul says Mitch is out 5 to 7 days. All right, let's come back. Let's regroup. I need a break after talking to Mitch. It just reminded me too. They just showed as this game is into the fourth quarter here on my replay. They just showed a close-up of De'Aaron's feet. I don't know if you caught that or not. We'll come back. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, it looks like Arizona's going to win this game. Arizona and Creighton in the finals. Should be Arizona and Arkansas. I can't believe Creighton beat them.
Wow, it's tremendous.
I love how when Mitch calls, we just never know where he's gonna go. Like he literally says, "I want to talk Kings and Niners." Cool, Mitch, and he talked about the pit bull biting him for a minute.
So good. Let's go, Beam. Let's go, Beam. Kevin Love set an NBA record with 34 first quarter points on this day in 2016. That's cool stuff that Dave Black tagged this in. They got a 3D Golden One Center. And
where's that up?
On Twitter.
Oh.
I don't know how they got that light. I don't know if that's a
3D printers are like insane to me.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy.
Wow.
Oh. Squad got an exclusive Nike tour, including the top secret LeBron building.
Who did?
That's the Duke women's basketball team.
Wow.
They got that.
Oh, they're in Portland.
Yeah. Yep.
That thing is so lit. I wanted to go. BDX was like, hey, we can get you tickets or whatever. I said, PD, I'm having a kid, sir. Thank you. But just keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah, I got to see what James wants to do Monday, because there's a Kings game Monday, but I'd like to be here because she's actually stopping here on her way back home. And literally stopping here for like 2 hours, 3 hours. Well, I hope. Let's. I remember Deuce told me Mo's in San Francisco for all 3 games, so Drapes gets to call the game in Boston. That's good for him. This is very funny, Adam. That's very, very funny.
Which I can never do. I've tried. It's just, it's too much.
You get used to it. Big E is going on right now, as a matter of fact, because Black Friday's not on Friday anymore. We started it last night right after the show. So go to DLoandCasey.com. 25% off everything. No code needed, including our new sensational hoodie.
Where is it? How did I just say? There it is.
Sensational.
Oh man, I knew I was gonna forget to do this. Which Sensationals hoodie do you think Miss P grabbed? The purple one or the white one?
Purple.
Come on, man, it's Miss P.
She went white?
No.
Oh, she got both.
Yeah.
Just charged it to the game. That's
Indeed, she did. We love her to death for it.
Miss P talking to them people over there in the DMV, like, y'all been talking crazy for a minute. Now we on. Oh, here we go. Damien, did you see that new report that the San Francisco Giants are now the favorite in Vegas?
So I did not. I saw the Steph Curry stuff this morning. I saw that, but I didn't, I didn't follow the betting odds here.
I think it's going to happen. And mind you,
congratulations.
That's only step one. It's only going to be step one. We need more. You don't just get Aaron Judge and everything's perfect. Probably need a player. We need to make sure we get Rondon back. and I'm assuming if the Giants are able to land Aaron Judge, it's because they've told him, hey, it's not just going to be you. We've got plans to go get player X, player Y, player Z to add to you. And that's how they're going to convince him. But I think it's going to happen. Let's go.
Okay. Well, good luck to you. I hope it does. Be good for I love shout out to John Bull, by the way, who
Always.
his Light the Beam video hit the Bleacher Report rounds yesterday. Sports Center was tweeting out Light the Beam lines. Like Light the Beam is absolutely a thing. I had mentioned just a minute ago they showed a shot of De'Aaron Fox's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And for the second straight game, he was wearing Under Armour. He was wearing Steph Curry's again.
Yeah.
It may not be everybody's bag, but it's interesting to me. I'm interested to see if that's who he winds up with, or if he's already with them.
Yeah,
which I'm beginning to wonder if he's already with Under Armour.
Yeah,
It hasn't been announced for some reason.
I'm wondering, if he's already with them. Is he really like you hear this all the time, but it's never really like that. Is he a true sneaker free agent where he's like, let me try this Converse. Oh, let me try these Under Armours. Let me try these Nikes or whatever the case. Or, is he really just trying these things on the fly? Or like you said, is there an understanding already?
So the thing about the Converse is they're Nike. It's
Mhm.
the same company. Now I don't know the rules with Converse like I know the rules with Jordan, but it's a Nike company. Under Armour is not. Like the Under Armour is not a Nike a branch of Nike. That's something completely different, which is why when Biederman told me that those were Steph Curry's that he was wearing, that it was like, okay, I think there's something to this.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I'm of the belief now, and we'll watch the next two games of the road trip. I'm of the belief that De'Aaron Fox is an Under Armour athlete. I can't get anybody to tell me, and I promise you, I'm trying.
I like the purple ones he had on Sunday. He had the Steph Curry's on, and I mean I like the ones he had on last night too. But the purple ones he had, those were pretty clean. Big fan.
Yeah, they're. I mean, they're not for me, but like I like them. Yeah, I have two categories of shoes that I like and shoes that I like for me. Those aren't shoes for me, but they're cool.
Are they too dark?
No, no. No, I don't know what it is. It's just there has to be a prominent amount of white in my shoe.
I've seen Damian with black shoes on, and
you're a liar. You have
whatever.
not.
Yeah,
Oh, you
put
did.
on, yeah, they look regular. It's not even. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know.
I
what the
put
problem
on
is.
John Bull shoes for like 30 seconds just to show everyone at I think it was Top Golf how stupid I look.
No, it's regular. It was a man with shoes on. There was nothing to it.
I looked ridiculous. Stop it. I looked ridiculous. I don't know what it is about those purple. I have a pair of Nike Air Maxes that have a big chunk of that purple in them. Like I really like that shade of purple that was on those shoes. Those are dope.
Huh? Something like that.
I don't think we really got a chance to get into it. We got sidetracked by Matu, who and Chimezie Metu dunk stats. This roster, after we had speculated, and I remember us specifically talking about this with Matt George after the first couple of games, where it was like, maybe this team isn't quite as deep as we thought it was. Maybe this roster isn't quite as deep as we thought it was. As that second unit seems to be struggling a little bit. That no longer seems to be the case at all. Like this, if look, Terrence Davis, Davion Mitchell, Trey Lyles, all three of them, they could not get going last night at all. No problem. Malik Monk and Chimezie Metu did.
Yep.
There's always someone there on, almost always someone there on that bench unit that can pick the sensationals up. and get them going when needed.
This team, when they have certain guys that are able to carry them, they've got different guys that can get it done, right? You know, whether it's Fox or Sabonis or Harrison has a great game, Herter. You know, you got Monk coming off the bench, Terrence Davis, or whatever the case may be. There's always some guy ready to pick them up. They have enough offensive firepower where it could be somebody else's night each night. The crazy thing is, what if multiple people are cooking, right? Like, what if Terrence Davis, because he had some good looks yesterday, what if he put in 10 points last night? Then Trey Lyles puts up another 8. Monk has his 14. Fox is cooking. Keegan Murray starts hitting shots. Now, this offense is already crazy just by themselves, but if they're cooking, what do you do at that point?
Lose.
That's what makes this team really,
you lose.
That's dangerous like that.
916-909-1320. Let's get our brother TC in here. TC, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's going on, TC?
Hey, man, just chilling. I mean, them Kings, man, 3 seed, third, man, we balling up.
Yeah,
we ain't looking back. I like that.
Absolutely.
You know we is. We ain't looking back. Like, man, listen, hey, I was thinking about what y'all been saying. Look, bro, we going to act a fool. We already acting we going to act a fool. When the playoffs come, we going to act a fool. Golden One going to be so lit.
Oh, man, it's going to be a movie. Golden One, the surrounding area, Doco, K Street, all that is going to be an absolute movie if they can close this deal.
You're right. And on another note, a little bit about the Niners, bro. I mean, I've been listening, you know, to a few people and just, you know, having conversations about Jimmy as far as like coming back next year and like bringing him back. And you know me, Kenny. You know me. I think it's a circus with him here now. So like, and a lot of people ain't understand. I'm like, well, if you bring him back next year, even on a 1-year deal or whatever, that's like defeating the purpose of Trey Lance. You get what I'm saying? It's still like a circus with bringing Jimmy back. I understand he's winning games. He ain't doing nothing special but what Jimmy does. But just by bringing him back or even thinking about bringing him back next year or even having a conversation, bro, that's kind of like a circus to me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, TC, and to be honest with you, a lot of that is just, you know, outside noise. It's not John Lynch, from my understanding, or Kyle Shanahan, from my understanding, isn't said, yeah, we're in talks with Jimmy Garoppolo to come back or anything like that. That's just people speculating. I'm one of the Jimmy defenders and believers. I'm not really interested in bringing him back. Like I said, if you don't win a Super Bowl, it's probably clear that he's not going to be the one to get it done for you. And if you do, thank you. And we wish you your best in your future endeavors.
Yeah.
And we move on with Trey Lance. Whether Trey Lance is it or not, I don't know. I don't know if Trey Lance is it, but it's time to find out.
Can I also say that I admire TC and many of us who have just decided to skip the next 66 regular season games and prepare the Kings for the playoffs? I love that we're talking about how lit the playoffs will be. We've got 66 more. We've got a game next Wednesday, 1 week from today, that I absolutely believe will be the most electric atmosphere the Golden One Center has ever seen. Next week versus the Indiana Pacers at the Golden One Center is going to be electric. It's going to be bigger than the Pistons game was. It's going to be bigger than the California Classic, the original California Classic. It's going to be bigger than all that. Whatever record was broken on Sunday afternoon, it's going to be broken. Just throw one more seat in there because it's going to be broken. People, because of the obviously the Tyrese stuff, it was already a day people were paying attention to. But after the Western Conference Player of the Week, the fact that these are the two teams with the longest winning streaks, and now I don't expect them to continue. If they do, that's amazing for everybody involved. Yeah. But right now, two of the hottest teams in the league. They have the two longest winning streaks. The only team that has a better stretch over the last 10 games than the Sacramento Kings are the Boston Celtics. They're 9-1 in their last 10. The Kings are 8-2. The only other team in the NBA that's 8-2 is the Indiana Pacers.
The storylines just write themselves. This is nuts. This is nuts. And I mean, I was thinking about this last night. And if I'm Tyrese Haliburton and the Indiana, I don't think the Indiana Pacers really care that much. But if I'm Tyrese Haliburton, I'm like, yeah, Kings, keep winning. Don't lose. Be on a win streak when I come to town, because I want to put an end to all that noise. That's probably his mindset. Keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they got that one last night. I'm not predicting anything. I'm not stating anything. You know how I feel about Atlanta. I really just can't get into the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah. Tonight's a tough one, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a tough one.
Absolutely. And the cold piece is Friday's tougher.
Yep.
Monday's going to be tough. Monday, Phoenix.
Yep.
Wednesday's going to be tough. Like, NBA games are difficult, but this Sacramento Kings team is good. So, trying to project and measure what this all looks like, don't bother. Just wait it out. Enjoy the games. Enjoy the ride. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live on Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. We hope if you're watching on YouTube, you'll hit the thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you listen on the Odyssey app, hit the little heart button in the upper right-hand corner. I always say the upper right-hand corner, forgetting that the app was completely revamped like 3 months ago, and I have no idea if the heart is still in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, no.
I think that it is. But that's where it always used to be. You just look up, pop, hit the heart, saves us as your favorite radio station, and we keep it moving. Phone lines are open for you as well. James Ham will be with us 1 hour from right now, 916-909-1320.
Can I ask you a question that I was thinking about as I was driving in? And I don't know. I'm just asking a question. Would you or anybody else consider bringing Keegan Murray off the bench to kind of get his minutes in line with, maybe some backup opponents to kind of get him going a little bit?
And are we going back to KZ Hakpala?
I don't know where we're going.
Or Malik.
I would go Terrence. That would be my first.
Or Terrence, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't even know if I want to, but he's kind of struggling right now. And I'm trying to find ways to get him going. And if maybe it's a situation where, if he's going up against, I don't want to say lesser competition, but if he's, going up against backups and in a spot where he can just be even more free to catch and shoot and worry about getting that shot going, maybe that gets him going. I don't think that you can at this point. I think psyche-wise, you leave him in there. You leave him at the starting spot, at least right now. Like, it'd have to be a lot more games of struggling before I thought about moving him to the bench. But that's the bed you made when you put him in that starting line. You can't mess around with that, with him, taking him in, taking him out, things of that nature. I think you still try to finagle the minutes somehow to try and get him going up against the bench units, to just trying to find a way to get him going. But it's tough because he's shooting wide open shots. He's getting wide open looks and not able to knock them down.
So I think that's the answer right there. If he's getting wide open looks, let him play through it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he did have 21 against Golden State. He had, I think, 13 against Detroit. I know he didn't particularly play well against Brooklyn. I know he was short last night. I can't remember what he did against Brooklyn. He did play well against Brooklyn?
I said he got hurt. He did get hurt against Brooklyn.
Oh, that's right. The back. That's right. Yeah.
Then he was out for San Antonio, came back to Detroit.
So there you go. So if the shots are open, they're going to fall at some point. We've seen them fall. I wouldn't worry about it. I'd be far more concerned one, if they were losing. They're not. Two, if the shots weren't there for him. But they are. They'll fall. They'll fall.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I was just wanted to see what you thought, what the people thought. I wouldn't take him out of the starting lineup. I just don't think. I mean, you can do anything you want, but I just don't think that would be the best decision. You let him play through it. You're like you said, you're winning, so you can afford to let him play through it.
That's right.
And you just kind of hope that he starts seeing the ball go through. I think one of the biggest things right now, it seems to be, is him on the road. At home, he seems very comfortable, puts up good numbers, shoots the ball really well. On the road, he's struggled a little bit. The last two road games, I think the Lakers game and then last night against Memphis, two tough outings for him. So I don't know if there is a thing with the home road situation, but gotta find a way to find his comfort zone there.
And I'm confident he will.
Me too.
I mean, he's a smart young man. He's a really good ball player. He'll find it. I had mentioned this all show, and I haven't actually said it. We were talking about Harrison Barnes, and it's 104-97 with 154 left here on the replay that I'm watching, and I found Mike Brown's. It's great. It's Mike Brown's press conference, but it's basically Mike Brown talking to Kyle Draper because I don't think anybody else is there. So it's Mike Brown talking to Kyle Draper after the game yesterday. And one, Mike didn't crack a single smile. Like he looked after a win on the road, first night of a back-to-back against a really good team. Mike Brown looked stressed in that press conference. He just looked flustered by what he had just seen from his team. Didn't spend a lot of time talking about it. Used the, I think the learn lessons but win games line that I keep quoting from De'Aaron Fox. I think that was something that was said in the locker room, because Mike said something very, very similar to that line. He said something like that last night, and he said something like that similar to that the same night De'Aaron did it after the Detroit game. But when he brought up Harrison Barnes, Harrison Barnes was the one who settled us down. He settled us down all over the floor. Like everything felt like it was spinning out of control until Harrison got the ball in his hands. And then everything settled in. And, when you talk about moving on from guys like Harrison Barnes and you talk about upgrading for long-term talent or taking a step back for long-term talent and all of these little subtext that I'm throwing at James Ham lines right now, that's what you lose. You lose that calming presence in a game like this. Now, maybe a game like this won't happen again for 30 games or 40 games. Maybe it doesn't happen again. Maybe it happens tonight, but you have that guy who can do that.
Right.
And it's a hypothetical, but Harrison isn't on the floor last night. Do the Kings win that game? Even if you go, Harrison can't be on the floor for the final 5 minutes of that game. Do the Kings win? And I don't think it's outrageous to say no, they don't. No, again, it's all hypothetical, but I get what Mike Brown was saying there.
Yeah. No, Harrison was extremely vital to pulling out that win last night with his poise, with his the fact that he's seen it all, right? Like he's not fazed by what was going on in Memphis, the crowd, the momentum of the other team. This guy's played in the NBA Finals. He has seen it all. So he wasn't fazed by that, and that was vital for the Kings looking to pull that out. I thought Harrison Barnes last night and in the game on Sunday, his aggressiveness and the confidence that he has in his game is something that's kind of trickled down and been a bit of a security blanket for the rest of his teammates. You know what I mean? Like when he's feeling confident about his game, when he's feeling confident about what's going on out there on the court, I think that brings a sense of calm to those guys out there.
Bro, Dylan Brooks is a tank. Two things watching these final couple of
wild.
Dude, he is. He's just ridiculous. And for God's sakes, they damn near murdered Domantas Sabonis on the floor last night.
Oh, yeah. Smacked them all up a few different times.
Did Sabonis
smack the hell out of Kevin Huerter at the end of the game? Not at the end of the game, but going up for a rebound and just smack the hell. He's wild. Dylan, and I like Dylan Brooks. I like him, but he is a wild child.
It's a big, thick, just barrel of a dude. He reminds me of Jim the Anvil Neidhart. That's what he reminds me of. Ja Morant is the hitman, and Dylan Brooks is Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Just the tank. He's just the muscle of the group. And here's old reliable Harrison Barnes, the only guy who's able to get the ball up the floor with no issues, get fouled, get to the line, hit his free throws with no problem. Unlike Ja Morant, who missed his.
And then after Ja tried to tell Malik, don't miss.
Can't talk. Man, you can't talk crazy and miss. You cannot talk crazy.
Can you say somebody's too small and still lose the game?
No. And he needs to calm his ass down with that Sabonis is too small. Sabonis was getting like undercut. Sabonis basically jumped like almost forming like some sort of C because he's getting undercut, and Ja talking about he's too small. About to turn heel on Ja Morant watching this game play back.
Might have been why I asked you the question.
Yeah, maybe it's F Ja Morant at this point.
The too small thing though, that's getting a little play.
That's weak.
Not just Ja, but in the basketball community.
No, if you use it in fair fashion, that's fine. Don't use it when the defender can't even go up to try to contend the shot on you. Don't like that. That ain't too small. It's getting
overused. And Ja overuses it too.
You mean like him?
Him is definitely getting over. Him is funny though.
No, him is over when Himmy G became when the second Himmy G the second Hemi Garoppolo hit the internet, it was over. Absolutely over. So this was the other thing. I didn't take the notes. That's me. I'm watching this back. When Dylan, because a part of this is Draper talking about, Harrison Barnes, they tripped Harrison Barnes. Dylan Brooks forearm shivered just Harrison Barnes to the ground and talk about what he didn't trip him, he drilled him. He turned him completely around and knocked him to the ground. What are you talking about tripping him? This is ridiculous. And he looking around confused, like, what I do? Bruh, you are not allowed to do that.
I feel like they
out there playing like he Fred Warner.
Seriously. I feel on that Fox turnover in the fourth quarter, I thought they kind of fouled him on it and they kind of pushed him in the hip when he was making the pass.
Well, he ain't gonna get De'Aaron Fox ain't gonna get no call, man. We'll come back. If you missed Drake bars, we'll run those back for you. Also, got to give credit where credit's due. I'll tell you what I mean when we return here. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour as well. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Greeny tees.
Greeny. Be right back.
No 13th round from your boy today. Once again, nothing going on in boxing. I guess boxing is just taking the holidays. Here. Remember when people were talking about taking Barnes out of the starting and closing lineups earlier in the year? Come on. Barnes is clutch. He has so much veteran knowledge and wisdom. He's huge for us. He absolutely has been money. He's been huge. I questioned it a little bit too. I questioned it. I was like, earlier in the season, I was like, I don't like the way he looked. But this is why I think I and other people were so upset with that performance, the way he performed earlier in the year, and he deserved the opportunity as a veteran in this game to rebound from all that. But it was like, bro, come on now. Harrison Barnes, bro, you should not be playing at this level. You should not be taking one shot and having 2 points in a game. And it's for games like we've seen the last couple of games. Better than that. Hey, Leezy, they had some my man Keith Dragonagos, his pops said he loves the show. He said he loves when Leezy comes on. Real talk, man. That's what he said, man. It's on the Twitter. He said one of his favorite parts of the show is when Leezy's on. So Streets is loving you, Leezy. Oh yeah, he was hot. That boy was hot. Jackass. Let's see. It was a true story, Stephen Brown. That's what the man's father said. Oh man, you Leezy. I mean, hit me up when you get everything. Whenever you get an episode up, tag me, whatever the case may be. I'll check it out, man, for sure. Yeah, no, he really is a coffee boy. Y'all think we making that up? Real talk. He got coffee. That was his front office job. Go get coffee. He wasn't making no decisions. He wasn't out here scouting, doing nothing, man. He got coffee, man. Those are the decisions he made. Tall or venti. That's the only the decisions he made in that front office. Tall or venti.
Dude's a sidekick.
Y'all, hey, anytime y'all see him on Twitter, man, just put the coffee emoji on whatever he doing, man. Or ask him.
There you go.
Or tell him what you want. Tell him you want tall, venti, or grande.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Oh. You know it's hard out here for a PM. There's another video that's come up on my timeline. The honey baked ham. The lines are crazy. This one's in LA. Come on, man. I don't need no ham that bad.
Mm-mm.
Come on, man. Or I don't need that ham that bad. I can go home and I ain't gonna get one from Bel Air. I don't need that ham that bad. That's crazy.
This was a wild end of this game, man.
It was insane. When they were up 3 and Davion threw the ball trying to get it to De'Aaron and threw it out of bounds. I said, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. That was one possession that took no time off. And then Malik throwing that rocket to De'Aaron.
Oh.
It was 154 left. I was like, all right, like take the clock all the way down to the end of the shot clock. And at the very least, you've taken 24 to 25 seconds off the clock. That took like 3 seconds off with that pass. I said, come on, guys.
I still can't believe. Maybe there's I still can't believe they called a foul on De'Aaron Fox.
I haven't seen an angle yet where I thought he fouled him.
I feel like they showed a side angle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. But Ja can't hit it.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank God this game replay is over. It was tense knowing the outcome.
Man, that was stressful.
That was a wild game That was a wild finish to the game last night.
You know where the game changed, in my opinion.
I know. I know exactly what you're gonna say.
The
logo.
The logo shot.
Yeah.
With the shot clock winding down.
Yeah.
They were I don't remember what they were. I don't want to say
it
12.
felt like they had them.
Yeah. They had just they got the stop. They're about to throw this ball off the backboard because the shot clock is winding down.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have the ball with like 2.5 minutes left, up 12. And Ja hits that shot from the logo. And I said, oh, come on.
Yep.
Come on. That was a huge bucket by Ja Morant.
Yeah, Ja played big. I mean, he had the opportunity to hit those free throws and thankfully didn't, but he played big in those final minutes.
He did. Ja's the truth, man. He's the truth. He's a baller.
He needs to calm down, but he
doesn't need to calm down a little bit, but that's part of what makes him Ja Morant, man.
For sure. 916-909-1320 Ezekiel. Zeke, what's good, man?
Hey, what's up with it, guys? How you doing?
What's up, Zeke? Is this the Zeke that was supposed to be the Kings' first round pick?
Was not. I dodged that bullet. No, I'm just playing. Hey, I just wanted to pose a question to you guys. And I'm not saying I agree with this because I really love the kid when he was here, but Tyrese Haliburton, low-key, been throwing some shade the Kings' way. I'm sure y'all heard on the JJ, Reddit podcast, and he's tweeted some things. Do you think it's possible that he might catch some boos when he's introduced in Sacramento?
Cameron Solano asked this on Twitter, and my first thought, and I could be wrong, is he's not getting no boos. He's not getting no boos. The people that are upset about it, I don't want to say they won't be at the game, but I don't even think people are like that upset to boo. They're just kind of like, what the hell? Like, why you keep doing it? They're not in a spot where like, nah, bro, we don't fool with you. We about to boo you. We're not there yet. So I don't think he catches any boos. What you think?
I think he'll catch some. He's not going to get the Marvin Bagley treatment.
They're still rapping about Marvin.
They are. They're in my DMs right now. But overall, no. I don't believe he's going to get booed. I think there will be people who boo, which I think those are two different things. There will be people who boo, but he won't get booed. That won't be the reaction. It won't be like when Ben Simmons was introduced last night or when Marvin Bagley was introduced the other night. It won't be.
Did you catch any of that in Philly?
Very little.
I thought
very little. I caught most of it on highlights.
I caught very little. From what I saw, I was pleasantly surprised by everything that happened.
It wasn't awful. Aldrin J is right. He said we booed Marvin Bagley louder than 76ers fans booed Ben Simmons last night. I think he's right.
Well, like I said, I was pleasantly surprised because I saw I saw a video of him in the stands, taking pictures with people and they had signs for Ben Simmons. I thought it was cool. We saw Ben Simmons speak after the game at the press conference, and he talked about some of this. I liked everything that he had to say. I was
well again.
Yeah,
looked like he played well.
Had some good moments. He had a couple moments where he told the crowd to be quiet, all this other stuff. So I was very surprised.
A little shrug after making 2 free throws.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I mean, I don't know. Can you? Am I having a face turn on Ben Simmons here? I don't know if I was ever on the opposite side to say I was a heel. I didn't hate Ben Simmons. I was frustrated by his game, and
you were
like Draymond, I was frustrated by the perception of Ben Simmons. where it was like, you guys settle down. He's a cool player. Settle down. But since his comeback, I've really liked what I've seen from Ben Simmons, and I liked hearing from him last night too.
You were a heel, for the record.
Hmm.
So if you're maybe you're not a full on baby face, but you're a little tweener right now, that's okay too.
I'm Bobby Lashley.
He's played well. Okay, so since we're handing out credit to guys, told you there was someone we've got to give credit to. They lost last night.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis is playing really, really well.
He balling, man.
He had 37 last night in that loss to Phoenix. He had 30 against San Antonio, 38. He had 37 in their win against Brooklyn. Of course, Sacramento shut him down and held him to 24. But we got a bit loud when Anthony Davis was struggling to begin the season, man. He has found his, I mean, it looked like old AD.
Yeah, man. He's playing really, really well.
On a really bad team.
Man.
But they
what's up with your boy, man?
Can LeBron and Anthony Davis not play together? I'm sure that's been debated like hell on First Take or Skip and Shannon or whatever those shows are called now.
No,
like
I'm in LA too.
I'm confident that it has, because Anthony Davis's numbers are ridiculous with LeBron James off the floor.
Killing. He's killing. And yeah, I think he can play with LeBron. I think LeBron can make it work. This is something that they've probably been waiting for, to see him perform on that level. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to stay aggressive when LeBron gets back. But he's killing right now. He is killing. Hey, what's up with your boy, man?
LeBron?
No.
Don't call it. It ain't my boy. That's your boy.
No, that ain't my boy.
Patrick Beverly is not my dude, man. That is your dude.
That is not my boy. He makes me laugh.
That's kind of Pat Bev kind of weak, man.
He is.
Pat Bev kind of weak.
He has been Pat Bev been moving on some weak sauce since the bubble. That's when I first started looking at Pat Bev. Somebody that I like, and I like his story and
was
how
it
he competes and stuff like that. But then he got in the bubble, and he was on the sidelines talking crazy to Dame Lillard.
That's right. Yeah.
I was like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And then I thought he had lost his way. He wasn't a grinder no more, and he thought he was too big for everything. And I thought his energy contributed to the Clippers' collapse in the bubble. Mm-hmm. And that was the first time you want to talk about face turn, heel turn. That's when I started doing a heel turn on Pat Bev. Mm-hmm. And then you had all the stuff where he came out talking crazy about CP3, and it's like, yo, go somewhere. And now
didn't he push Chris Paul in the back too?
Yeah, shoved him in the back after Chris Paul gave him like 36 to close out the Western Conference Final. Couldn't do nothing but shove him in the back. And Devin Booker, what we're talking about is last night, Pat Bev ran up on DeAndre Ayton and like shoulder checked him, knocked him down
with his back turned.
And Devin Booker had the line of the night where he said, yo, Pat Bev, something to the effect of, I'd like to see him start pushing people in the chest as opposed to the back all the time. Mm-hmm. And that's real talk.
Yeah.
Pat Bev be acting all tough and doing all this tough guy stuff. And every time he in some type of altercation or he doing something, it's with somebody's back turn. He'll never stand up face to face and talk that same talk to people.
He doesn't. And it can't possibly help this Lakers team. Like that, that's what y'all needed.
Right.
You needed that.
On top of that, he's playing trash. He playing sorry. And you doing this stuff?
I don't understand why the Lakers thought that's what they needed. I don't get it at all.
Pat Bev was looking like a clown circus all off season. When he got to LA, now I'm gonna take Bron and AD to the playoffs. Man, sit down. Sit down. Like, your game is not backing nothing up. I said it before when I was watching the Kings play the Lakers. That's Davion Mitchell's easiest assignment he ever had in the NBA. Is guarding Patrick Beverly. Like I said, and he got to wear it because he run his mouth all the time. He did all that talking all off season. So anything Devin Booker has to say, the media has to say about his game and his lack of production, he gonna have to wear it.
Patrick Beverley is averaging 4 points per game this year. Patrick Beverley played 27 minutes, and he played 29 minutes last night. In those two games I'm referencing versus the Phoenix Suns and the Pelicans. Damn near 30 minutes in each of them. 0 points.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Wasting space.
0 points, 0 steals. So even the spot that you pretend like he's good at, he's not. A combined 5 assists in those two games.
This guy wasting space out here, bro.
I don't know why the Lakers felt like this is what they needed, but y'all got him.
They needed a shooter, and he can't even shoot like that.
Do your thing. I don't like Patrick Beverley's whatever. I thought the push of Chris Paul a ways back was whack. I thought in as weak as I thought I thought ESPN was kind of bigger trash for putting him on the air and giving him that level of an open forum.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, there are tiers to this. And we talked about this at the time. We don't need to rehash this, but bro, you're out of your weight class. You can't talk about Chris Paul. That's Conor McGregor talking about turning around and asking who the F is that guy. That's what Patrick Beverley is. Patrick Beverley's the guy Chris Paul turns around and looks at. Who the F is that guy?
All right.
You don't have no business here, bro.
Yeah.
But the Lakers have strung together. You know, they didn't do it last night. Had they done it last night, of course, they can't do anything right. If the OK Lake show had gotten the win last night, the Kings would have moved up to second place.
Wow. Wow. Second in the West a day before Thanksgiving.
The West is messy. There's
really
7 losses all over the place.
Really is messy.
The Jazz got 7 losses. The Clippers, the Pelicans, the Blazers, the Nuggets, the Mavericks, they all got 7 losses. The Grizzlies, the Timberwolves, they got 8. And then there's Sacramento and Phoenix with 6.
Well, it's coming. It's getting to that point where it's going to be a showdown on Monday for first in the West.
It very well may be. Minnesota and Indiana, I'm going to be paying just a ridiculous amount of attention to that game. Portland and Cleveland tonight.
Minnesota's starting to play a little better. A little better.
Oh, man. So Detroit beat Denver last night, right?
Yeah.
That was the first night of a back-to-back, but they got Oklahoma City tonight.
Detroit
Denver. Sorry, Denver. Denver has Oklahoma
Detroit
City.
plays tonight too, right? I think they play the Warriors or the Lakers or something.
Utah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, they play the Jazz. The Warriors and Clippers play tonight.
Detroit has too much talent on the team for that team to have that record. I watched that team on Sunday night, and I was like, yo, that team, they got some ballers on that team. And for them to be 4-14 or whatever they are, get their first road win of the season, that's unacceptable. They are way more talented than that.
I just noticed, like, I knew they had come back down to earth, but I didn't realize to what degree the Spurs have lost 9 of their last 10.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
Yeah,
They're gone.
it was fun while it lasted. Yeah, they're oh man. Wow, it's gotten really bad. Their point differential is -10. That's not only worst in the league, that's by far worst in the league. Houston 7.4, Detroit's 8.6. Goodness gracious, man, they fell quick. They fell super quick.
They said that's enough of this. That's enough of this winning nonsense. Let's get back to what we're here for. Losing.
Yeah. Too many Victor Wembanyama games wrong. They're like, yeah, come on, guys. Let's knock it off here.
But the Kings, 3rd in the Western Conference right
10-6.
A half game behind Utah, a half game behind Phoenix. Hell, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, they could go into Thanksgiving with the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. That would be nuts.
They can't. I don't think they could.
Well, they'd be tied with Phoenix, I think.
They'd beat yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Detroit or Utah
You
could
need-
lose tonight.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Phoenix goes tonight.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they don't. And then Friday, obviously, it'll be Sacramento and Boston. Brooklyn and Indiana. That's an interesting one. Cleveland and Milwaukee. Oh, there's some good games that Friday.
League Pass ball night.
Oh, and it's Phoenix and Detroit on Friday.
Oh, yeah, well, Phoenix will go to 12-6.
Oh, man. Utah and Warriors. It'll be interesting to see if Utah falls back a little bit. They're not quite winning at the same pace that they were. Obviously, still winning.
Right.
Not winning at the same pace that they were. And again, this conference is. Do you think this conference stays like this? And the East is similar. I mean, Boston and Milwaukee have 4 losses. Do you think it stays like this all year?
As far as like these teams or this
Like
close?
in terms of
There'll be some separation. I think there'll be some separation. I think it'll be a situation where there'll be a battle for that 6th spot. That'll be tight. I even think it might even float up to 5. Might be tight, but I think the top 4 are going to be a ways away from that playing line. And I think when it's all said and done, I think after 10, you're not gonna really have anybody battle. Like maybe you guys have somebody battling for 10, but I think there's only about 10 good teams in the Western Conference. I think Houston will stay down. I think the Spurs will continue to fall down. I think the Thunder will fall down. I think Utah is going to come back. Utah plays really good. Like they play with confidence. They do a good job executing things of that nature. I still think they've fallen back. Like I definitely think they will. And Portland, they've played well. I remember I said I liked them and I thought they would stick around. But if Dame Lillard continues to have these problems with his calves, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they can, like, if everything goes right for them health-wise, I think they could stay around. But if they continue to deal with injuries, I don't know if they can stick around.
Yeah, that's definitely it's definitely concerning to see him back out of the lineup again, especially kind of holding that same injury that he's had.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a team that still that's a team that still looks solid. Where are they at right now?
They are 6th.
They're 10-7. All right.
10-7.
Lost 3 in a row though.
Yeah, Dame got hurt.
Yeah.
What was that? What game was I watching where he got hurt? It was Utah on
Probably
Saturday.
3 games ago. 2 or 3 games ago.
Utah on Saturday. He got hurt. So, and then they've got a game tonight that they're probably going to lose. Who they play tonight? I remember seeing it earlier. They're probably going to lose that one. I think it's Cleveland.
Nope. Oh, sorry. I'm still looking at Friday's games. Sorry. I actually can't help you at all. I have no idea. I am useless at this particular moment. It is Portland and Cleveland. You're right.
Yeah.
In Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Some good ball tonight. Dallas and Boston is on ESPN. We're gonna miss that because we've got other stuff to watch. Yeah, there's some good league pass action coming up over the
league pass action and college basketball action. Let's go, baby! Feast week. Tap in.
Okay. By the way, a quick note to everybody in the D-Lo and Casey Pick'em League. Might want to get your picks in now. There's like 3 football games tomorrow.
What are the games again? It's Cowboys, Giants,
Cowboys,
Bills, Lions, and Patriots, Vikings. Is that what it is?
Well, if you knew, what'd you ask for?
I didn't know if I got it right. Patriots, Vikings. That's a good game.
I noted them in.
They're actually all good games. Like even a Lions game is. I want to see you. I want to see how the Lions.
You a sneaky Lions fan?
I got
you a sneaky Lions fan.
I got a problem with the Lions. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no issue with them. You know.
Go ahead, press the button. I see you looking at it. That's all right. That's all right.
Well, I also picked them to possibly get to the playoffs. That was my hot take.
That was, yeah.
It was the Giants. I didn't think both of them would get in there. I said the Giants or the Lions.
I'm actually good with all of those games. I mean, I think the Giants and Cowboys is good. Like that's good.
That's good stuff.
Let's see what's going on here.
Patriots, Vikings. I'm assuming that is in Minnesota. I don't know. But that'll be good theater. And the Lions, look, 3 weeks ago, I wouldn't have felt this way about the Lions. I would have been disgusted. Again, there would have been a Kenny Caraway rant about how they are on Thanksgiving every year and we have to waste this time with it. It would have been that way. But that was 3 weeks ago. They balling now. Detroit balling.
Okay.
And is killing it right now. He's
Oh, that dude is bad.
Season.
Yeah, that dude is bad. He's really, really good. Really, really good. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, our man James Ham going to join us here at the top of the hour. Sacramento Kings back on the floor coming up in like about 2 hours. They'll take on the Atlanta Hawks in Atlanta. The Kevin Huerter revenge game.
He's going off.
Kings have only played one back-to-back this year. Is that right?
Sounds about right. It was the Clippers Warriors, right?
Right. And
did they? No, they played Wednesday against Miami, Orlando.
Yeah, I got it here in front of me. The Clippers Warriors game 2 and game 3. That's the only back-to-back that they've played. They've played virtually every pretty close to, not quite, pretty close to every other day in November. They're 9-2 in November.
Wow. No shave November. I don't know what that has to do with 9-2 right
No loss November, more like it.
There you go.
Well, that's cap. They got 2 losses, but
I'm concerned about this game though. If they were able to pull this game off, I really would be like
Turkey Day gonna be lit if the Kings going to.
This might be different.
We're never losing again. They beat the Atlanta Hawks tonight. We're never losing again. Just keep that beam lit forever.
Yeah, they could pull this one off back to back in Atlanta. Just it's looking like a scheduled loss. I don't mean to be that way, but that's the way it's coming off.
Wasn't the second night of a back-to-back always a scheduled loss?
Yeah, but sometimes they're, you get the road, home, back to back. Maybe you come back home and you get a little juice from that. But this is looked at as a schedule loss. But if Atlanta has the same problem that everybody else has had, figuring out how to keep these guys from getting wide open looks, then it's going to be right there for the Kings. And I'm telling you, I watched that game yesterday, and I was like, Memphis don't know what to do. They don't know what to do to keep them from getting wide open looks. And they just weren't hitting them at a high rate like they had. But if they get the same looks that they got last night against Atlanta tonight, they went 15 of 45, I think, from 3. I think they might hit 20, 22.
Well, there was an interesting note from Will Z that they had their worst shooting night on the second night of a back-to-back. The worst shooting night of the year was against the Warriors, which was the second night of the back-to-back with the Clippers. We'll come back. We got the call of the game presented by no one.
Get your guesses in.
If you missed Drake Bars, and I have no clue. I don't even have a guess as to what last night's call was. Unless it was Kyle Draper trying to recite Ja Rule and Ashanti. It could have been that.
Why you go there?
We'll come back. It's like you almost had it. Almost had it. We've got that on the way. We want to run back Drake Bars plus James Ham, top of the hour. That's coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Damn, Zach Wilson inactive.
Let's go, Mike White.
Wow.
Man, that's but what's that say about the Jets? Like Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson?
You the problem.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
Exactly. juice was tough. Sorry, I finished my juice. Now I got to eat my piece of chocolate to balance it out.
And this is for people in the chat too. Like, has it hit you that the Kings are the hottest team in the NBA right now?
Oh man,
like Friday, like win or lose, like Friday, like third part of the game of the night.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of why, like, and I'm trying not to, like, I really do want them to win tonight. Like, you win tonight, you're going into Boston on this win streak. The 2 top offenses in the league. Oh man, that's money.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that game. John, I hope the Celtics win by 30.
Yeah, we're not on the same team on Friday. Someone just sent a message to the website. I was curious if you gentlemen offer 100% cotton options for your gear. What? Oh. Sorry, man. I was responding to someone who was concerned their merchandise wasn't arriving, and it in fact has arrived. I see a lot of you got your. See, the off-whites are starting to come in, man. Good stuff. If you didn't get your off-white hoodie, check us out Friday. Might pop up. This is true, Rob W. Iron Sheik Tapia. USA high to it.
Just the soccer team, by the way.
Oh, yeah, just the soccer team. When do they play next?
Friday against England.
Okay. Do you guys have XL tall? No, John. I'm sorry, man. We don't. I'm sorry, buddy. There you go, Ramsey.
What's Friday at 11 a.m.?
USA. USA hot toy. The next game. Oh man, I love that. I love how many of y'all got the off-white on the way or already got it, man. That's good stuff.
I keep on thinking, like, man, I hadn't seen Mia all week. I guess she didn't come in. I forgot she's in Disney.
She's on vacation, yeah.
Oh, squad on
Yep,
arrest.
Ham will be here in about a little over 10 minutes. So I'll say this to Bryce, and I'll say this to, was it Rob? Those zip-ups are never coming. The reason the zip-ups aren't coming is because the quality of the zip-ups are trash. And that's like, we don't want to sell like trash clothing that you can wear once and you wash it and then you have to throw it away. The zip-ups that I found, except for the tri-blend ones, they all suck. Like the zipper is going to get crinkled. Like it's just not going to look good. And we're just not going to sell you trash merchandise. Like we want to, the stuff we sell you, we want to wear. I ain't going to wear that.
Facts.
That's why we changed hoodies. That's why we got off those other hoodies that we had when this first started. I didn't like the way that they held up. These joints hold up and their colors brighter. Like we had a lot of experimenting to do with this, but until a company gives us a quality option for a zip up, it's not happening.
It's not happening. So quit asking.
Well,
Nick Saban. Here we go. Who is Nick Saban talking about?
I was just thinking the same thing. Was it Maria Taylor?
It was Maria Taylor, and I think it was it Tua and Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, it's not happening. So stop asking. And storms away from her, and like the internet went nuts. And I think he apologized for it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
It's not happening. So quit asking.
Who's talking about you? Like, what's your problem? Like, relax. Appreciate those watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the radio, on HD2, on the Odyssey app, man, we appreciate you. If you're on the road, man, be safe. Traffic's already rough out there. If you're traveling at any point over the next couple of days, man, be careful.
You ever had to do some traveling on the Thanksgiving holiday?
I mean, I'll drive tomorrow. Yeah, I'll drive tomorrow.
Thanksgiving actually ain't even bad.
Yeah, it's the day before. I'm sure I have. I'm sure I've like flown. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of a time off the top of my head, but
a couple of times I've done that out of LA drive. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, nah.
Wow. It's like a 5-hour drive right from LA to Sacramento. It on those moments it takes like 2.5 hours to get to Six Flags. Like it is nasty.
Yeah, I try to leave early. I mean, first order of business is always walk the dog, and then like I'm gonna try to leave right after that. But now I live so much further away than I used to. I used to live minutes from the causeway. Causeway was all the measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like I have to leave early, and like it takes me 30 minutes to get to the causeway, and I've got to get to the causeway before the causeway gets bad, because if the causeway gets bad and I get slowed down there, I'm going to get slowed down everywhere else. Right. So if I get through the causeway, I can kind of navigate everything after that, because there's multiple ways to get to my sister's house that I could work with. But
she lives in San Francisco?
No, she lives in San Carlos.
Oh, okay.
So that's like right before Palo Alto.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can take a couple of different ways to get there. I don't necessarily have to take the Bay Bridge, but I try to get on the road early.
I get the less tolerant I get for traffic. This is stupid. Why are we doing this?
See, we're more alike than people realize. James Ham going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. We got the call of the day on the way, but we want to run this back for those who are just joining us.
Yeah, man.
Drake bars, baby.
D-Lo and KC, what up? Sacramento,
yes, sir.
What up? Sacramento Kings, what up? Drake bars. Man, checking in. Free game, what up? Yeah. They say that's too early. That's what haters think. They try to bandwagon now before they play the team. Fox the fastest in the NBA from A to B. Coach Brownson turned the Jets on. The plane is leaving. Thanksgiving time, you're looking at the third seed. I ain't hearing no one say that ain't a major thing. Basketball in Sacramento still remains king. Someone called the Bagley family, tell them we said like the bean. And the same goes for old boy. I mean, he like to talk a little crazy when it come to tweets about the next man, thinking he the next man. To me, that's funny style. Focus on your checks, man. I'll talk about a young swiper do the swiping. That boy a whole bucket, he ain't had an off night. I don't know, probably since we brought off night. Sabonis been the beast since he laced the field nights. And I could go for hours because the energy exciting. Something really changed when they lit the purple light in. Critics love to downplay, the whole league is frightened. I just seen them all dash quicker than the hyphen. Playoff bound Kings team win steady counting. Power breakers climbing like the price of sag housing. Finally found the board that can lead us up the mountain. Best in California coming for us up the bounty for real.
Ooh.
Drake bars, man. D-Lo and KC, what up? Sacramento Kings, what up? Free gang, stand up.
Yes,
man,
sir.
Man. Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, baby. That is our guy right there, man. God, that dude is talented.
He is, man. He really is.
Them dudes are bad.
Yeah. Oh, the whole crew, man. The whole free game crew, man. Sean P, Justice Kane, that whole crew, man. They really talented, really dope at what they do, man. So I was glad they was able to get up on that. Hopefully this ain't the last time I'm expecting to see Madman, expecting to see Sean P up in here. I want to see Young Zell again. Oh man, DZ, I want to see him in here. You know what I mean? Sac got talent. Kings are going up. We've been asking for this for years. All right, let's celebrate with some Drake bars, man. And
Well,
then, of
Kenny,
course, the Godfather is coming back every now and then too. You know what I mean? The Godfather of it all. You
are the godfather of the gimmick. That is correct. You did create this gimmick, and it's fun, man. I love how much people love Drake bars, and it's man, them dudes are talented. Not that your bars aren't nice. Your bars are very nice, but man, when you listen to Madman League, boy, goodness gracious,
crazy. Rise to be crazy.
We got the call of the game.
Absolutely, we got the call.
I have no freaking clue what it is. Absolutely none.
Jesse, did this ever get put on my board?
Yeah, it's
Damien's board.
All right, it's breaking the fourth wall. It's labeled PR6 Sun 1. It's on the first layer.
I think it's green.
Okay, yeah, okay, I got you.
For those listening on the radio and the Odyssey, I feel like, what the hell? I'm at home. That's okay. Like I'm just gonna stay home, even though I live 15 minutes from the station and Kenny lives an hour. I'm just gonna stay home.
Stay in the Nike slides and enjoy the house tonight, man.
Not far off.
But yeah, play the game, call it a night.
Yeah,
the Kings 113-109 win over the Grizzlies.
For the layup, working on Brooks. Fox taking his time, has to pick up his dribble, forces one, has to heave it, and wow!
Yeah, you remember that play?
No,
it was the one where you have Brooks and kind of lost the ball, pump faked, went under and hit the three as the buzzer hit in the third quarter, I think it was.
Okay. Yeah, it's
that was a cold shot.
No, I'm sorry. A lot happened in the fourth quarter. I might have just forgotten it because of everything else that happened. Okay, yeah, great.
But I thought the other contender, the only other one that was in play was Harrison's three at the buzzer.
Yeah,
and I didn't go for that because that was that I didn't even want to bring up my man Drapes. Because that's when he made the call.
Always, he really tried to hit the not always there when you call, but I'm always on time. It just didn't flow like it does when Mark does it. And shout out to Umar. Can we do the radio calls instead? No, we can't. And I'm going to give you about 10 seconds to figure out why we use the television call, not the radio call. And yes, I understand it's a better description of the game. But
we do what we got. All right.
We're the light bulb just went off. I love you guys. I love you guys so much.
I heard the same thing. Sound like she might have been battling a cold.
Oh, she was ill. Yeah, ill. Like
she was working through it.
I don't know how she got through Detroit. Because Detroit. Because when she asked the question in Mike's pre-game press conference, I thought she was going to die. She sounded terrible. She had a mask on and everything. I was like, oh man, she sounds awful. And then running the game back later, I was like, oh, how did she get through this? Like she sounded, you could hear it, but she did not sound on the call the way she sounded about an hour earlier.
Right.
I don't know what secret elixir she was chugging to clear that up, but
Theraflu. That'll be Theraflu. Theraflu cures everything. Man, y'all mask up and be safe. Everybody is sick right now. Like everybody.
For real.
Everybody has got the little this I don't know what it is. I was gonna say I don't think it's COVID, but whatever the little cold flu is going around. Yeah.
No, I think I mean it's November. I just think people are sick. And so
did you ever hear the theory that some scientists believe that COVID was here a year earlier? And because I don't know if you remember, but it was almost kind of like this, right? in 2018 of the winter, a lot of people were sick. Like they were just sick. And they were like, oh, it's cold and flu season. Like everybody's just sick. That's what it was. And some people believe that was early signs of COVID.
Yeah.
Could have been.
I don't know. Could have been.
Could have been here 20 years ago. Who knows?
I mean, who was the first person to like test for it and go, oh, that's it? Like, no, you're sick. Go home. Take some Robitussin. Get out of my face. Here's some antibiotic. Here's whatever. Get out of here.
Get lost.
I know Deuce had it before it was a thing, or Deuce thinks that he had it before it was a thing. Because I remember when Deuce, he said he was as sick as he's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
But this was, I think, January or February of 2020.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I had it in February. I'll never forget. I was at my aunt's birthday party and I was sick. And I was that night. I remember that night. I was like, I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth. I ain't never been this sick. I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth. Why do I feel this way? This is crazy. And the only reason that it might not have been it is because I just sweated it out. And a day or two later, I was fine. I didn't feel really good for another week and a half or so maybe it was. But the tough part, it was just kind of, I sweated it out and I was good. But yeah, I think I had it in January, February 2020.
The hell is James? James is never late. What is he doing? You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us as the Sacramento Kings won their 7th straight game last night, beating the Memphis Grizzlies 113-109. I was like, this has got to be the Kings' lowest defensive output of the year. It wasn't.
Let me guess. Was it the first Heat game?
They have up 111 versus the Clippers. The first Heat game, they gave up 113 points in that one.
Wasn't that one? Damn, I'm running out of games here. I don't know. What was it? What game was
it? It might have been their lowest scoring output. What game am I missing? Oh, no, it might have been their lowest scoring output. I think I was looking at the wrong score. They gave up 110 to the Heat in a loss, or in a game that they lost.
109 last night. I thought they played especially in that third quarter, because it was almost a tale of two halves with their defense. In the first half, I was not happy with the way they were playing defense. It was nasty. It really was nasty. But there was a moment in that game. I had it in my notes. What was the exact score? Give me a second as I figure this out. In the second quarter, it was 46-39 Grizzlies with 7 minutes left. And it felt like the Grizzlies were they were kind of pulling, getting their mojo and starting to pull away. And the Kings went on a quick 8-0 run to take the lead 47-46. And that's something that we've seen a lot from them this year, where they'll have they never seem to let these teams get too far away from them. And they'll have these moments where they keep the game close, where they can kind of pull away with their offense a little bit later. We saw it on Sunday with Detroit. Detroit was playing well. They never really let it get out of control where they couldn't come back. And I thought they did a good job of that yesterday as well in that second quarter.
James, you can ignore my text.
Running a little late today.
No, that's all right, man. What's happening?
Oh, nothing, man. Just busy trying to get the wife and the kids out the door for holiday plans, and looked at the clock and said, "Oh no, that's not good. I got to get on the radio. I got to go work."
Well, just for an hour, James, and then well, actually, that's not true because as soon as we're done, you're going to have to do your other job of covering the Sacramento Kings, the hottest team in professional basketball. James Ham.
Yeah, I mean the hottest team. I think in all professional sports. Let's just say it. Like they're
Fair.
rolling. I mean it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I think it's one of those things where ride the wave. Don't get too high. Don't get too low. If they drop one of these games on the road, that happens. But this team is playing extremely well. Still need to tighten up the defense. Got a little bit better last night, but still some holes. And they're on a good path.
What was your take, James, of that game in particular, how it finished? Is that just because part of me says, hey, you don't want to finish that way. Another part of me says, that's basketball. That's the NBA sometimes. Those things happen. You just want to make sure you're able to come away with the victory no matter what. They were able to do that. But what do you think about the way that game ended?
Yeah, if you think the Grizzlies are going to go away, then you didn't scout them. You don't know what you're doing. So, like, the Grizzlies don't go away. Like, Taylor Jenkins, the one thing about his teams is they fight all the way to the last whistle. And that's what you have to expect. This is how, even, in Ja's rookie season, that they kept fouling. In the final minute and a half of a game, they're down 12. They just keep fouling. They just keep stopping the game, slowing it down, trying to figure out how to get around it. And they're tough, They did get away with a bunch of weird, little ticky-tack fouls down the stretch, and the 2-minute report is littered with these little things that happened. But overall, they play hard, and when you play hard and you're the aggressor, you're usually going to get the calls from the officials.
Hey, did that come out? Because since we didn't lose, we didn't look at the 2-minute report. But did it come out and there was a few different things on there?
Yeah, the one thing I thought that might be on there was the final foul call on De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
That was not. They called that correct. What they did call incorrect, they said that on the play where Harrison Barnes was knocked sideways by Dillon Brooks, they said that should have been a foul on Harrison Barnes for initiating contact as he went through.
What?
Yeah, so that was incorrect. But they're also
we literally just watched that. That is not what happened.
Yeah, they called that as Barnes in that position, and he went through a defender and knocked a defender off his line, and then the other one there's supposed to be a 5-second call with the 3.7 seconds left. There was a 5-second call there that wasn't called, and then on top of that there was one more. Oh, the Fox turnover. They said that Dillon Brooks fouled Fox on the Fox.
That's
turnover.
what I thought too. He fouled him on that, and that's the one thing that I thought. I didn't know if I was being a little too ticky-tack or whatever with thinking that should have been a foul. But when I saw a different angle, I was like, oh, I think he kind of fouled him a little bit. And I was wondering if that would have been on there.
Yeah, there were 3 mistakes that went in favor of the Kings in the final 2 minutes, and one that went in the favor. I think it was 3 and 2, 3 and 1. One that went in favor of the Grizzlies. It's a really hard game to officiate, and I mean every single one of those plays could have gone a different way. And then you look at the Fox foul.
The one that couldn't is the Harrison Barnes Dillon Brooks play. I don't know how you're interpreting that any different than Dillon Brooks running through Harrison Barnes and turning him around and knocking him to the ground.
That's what I saw too. I'm very surprised that the league kind of went that way with it, especially since it doesn't matter. You won. So outside of that, I mean, could the Kings ever get that call that Ja Morant got on Fox on the final play? No,
we've seen it this year. Absolutely not.
No, repeatedly. Yeah, and I love, they caught Ja on camera talking trash to Malik Monk, saying, don't miss it, and then he went down and missed the 3-pointer that would have actually tied the game, and if he would have hit all 3, it would have tied the game. And again, I'll point this out. That's why people who, especially when it comes to the was it the Herter one, which where Herter's fouled right at the end of the game. Kings were down 3. Klay Thompson clearly fouls Herter. Just because Herter got 3 free throws didn't mean he was going to hit 3.
Yeah.
And so you just don't know. And so I would like to tell you that the Kings should be on a 9-game run or an 11-game run or whatever it might be if they would have won those 2 games. But at the same time, you got to kind of look at it and say, let's just be realistic. You don't know what would have happened. Herter's missed enough technical free throws this year, and he missed two big free throws in the game last night. So you just never really know.
That's always bizarre. I was just about to say that. Like Kevin Herter, for as much of a sharpshooter he has been, I feel like he should be a better free throw shooter than what he's been so far this year. And I think career-wise he is, but so far this year he just, he's left a little to be desired there. So I hope that turns around.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. But I'll also tell you this: like, he doesn't get to the line, and he's a career coming into the season. I can't see the numbers coming into the season, but as of right now, he's a career 76.9% free throw shooter. He's shooting 64.9 after those misses last night, and the good thing is that he's averaging 2.3 per game. That's kind of like what I kept telling you guys early on. If he just gets up to 2.5, 3 free throws a game, and he starts shooting 7 or 8 or 9 3-pointers a game, this guy's easily going to average between like 16 and 18 points per game, and that's right where he's at.
That's like Joe Harris, I think this year, shooting like 52% from the free throw line. Like, what? One of the great shooters in the game today, and you can't make a free throw.
I think it was interesting too. Mike Brown last night in the game, he did a hack of Adams.
Yeah, that was a good call.
It was a good call. I mean, he hit 1 or 2, so it didn't work out because those things, realistically, you need to have them work out a little bit better than that. But that's why a lot of teams don't, try to do that. But that's a 25% shooter. You got to hope that he'll miss both.
How do you think, assuming you didn't talk to him, so how do you think Mike Brown felt following last night's game?
I think he, deep down, I think he was probably pretty satisfied. His team made adjustments on the fly. His team played defense. They shaved a whole point off of their defensive rating in the game last night. So they went from 114.9 to 113.9. That's huge. And that just tells you that they were really solid defensively. They still have the same problem that they can't block shots. And, if you let guys inside the circle, inside the key, you're going to be in trouble because you just don't have anyone who can block shots. Mm-hmm. But when you consider that, Keegan Murray had a bad game, that most of the bench unit wasn't that effective, guys like Trey Lyles, Terrence Davis, even Davion didn't have a bunch of points. Malik Monk started off really cold and then turned it on in the second half. When you consider those things, just like everything wasn't rolling, that's a really good win against a very good team on their home court. And so that's how I would look at it. That's the one game this season that you really didn't look good, is when you lost to Memphis at home and you just went into their house and beat them.
And the thing that I said, James, is, I want to, if I'm coach or I'm one of the players, I want to play better just like everyone else. I don't want those last 4 minutes to happen at all, just like everyone else. But you don't get style points, for wins and losses. And we thought that the Kings weren't playing bad at the beginning of the season. Well, it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was they were 0-4. Right. So now when it's on the flip side, you got a shaky finish and you get the win, you say, hey, we'll work on that. Let's get the win and try to move on from that. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, learning how to win games is a process. And I think the Kings are doing an amazing job in the process of actually getting wins while learning how to win. And we can't just think, oh, they learned how to win, it's over. Every single game has a different life and a different personality. And you got to figure out a way to win each one in a different way. And sometimes it's just smashing someone by 30. But other times it's look, blowing a 12-point lead and letting a team in the door in the fourth quarter and fighting through it and getting the buckets you need, hitting the free throws you need. I mean, Harrison Barnes was tremendous. For as much grief as people have piled on Harrison Barnes this season, man, that dude was just ice cold down the stretch. Hit all of those free throws, but even before that, he was huge. He came up big, and people could say, "Oh, well, he got killed by Jaren Jackson Jr." It's okay, who wouldn't have? He's got 3 inches on Harrison Barnes. Yeah. That's a big dude who's going up and over the top, and a big dude with fresh legs because he never plays. So you're looking at a matchup that's bad, but someone else needed to step up too. I thought he did a really good job, and I think he's been really good for about like 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, people like James Ham and Kenny Caraway, who were just so frustrated with Harrison Barnes and were trying to move him, and they think Kenny was trying to bench him for KZ Okpala, and just
wow, it'd be your own people. It'd be your own people.
Shameful behavior from all involved.
That's hilarious.
No, Harrison has been, and Mike called him he was kind of the steadying force. He was the guy who settled them down when everything was going so wrong for them in the fourth quarter. But the guy who built that 12-point lead before it evaporated in those final 4 minutes was De'Aaron Fox. And up until that point, like, De'Aaron had just completely outplayed Ja Morant. He had outplayed everybody on the floor again, and he just continues to emerge. His game obviously isn't at an all-time high, but the only thing higher than his game right now, I think, is his confidence. His confidence level is through the roof. And when he said the other night, I think I can get any shot that I want, he's showing that on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah, but he also wasn't lying. Like, the spacing on this team is crazy. He can get any shot he wants at any time. I think what's crazy, too, is that, he's a guy who has struggled with his three-point shot throughout his career. And it's not just like this straight B line up to the 45% or something. But every game he's showing you that he's trying and he's getting better. Even on the crazy play where he hit a shot right at the end of the third quarter, I believe. Where he ducked up and under and went around a guy. But when he went up for that shot, I don't know if you guys were watching, he went to fight to get up, and he straightened his shoulders and squared him straight to the rim and hit the shot. And it was like, holy cow, that's just not a player that we've seen before at all. And the fact that he had 5 3-pointers in that game, absolutely tremendous. I think he came into that game shooting 38% from 3, and I'm going to guess he took another step forward after that game.
With De'Aaron Fox, we talked about it before. The work that he's put in his game shows on the court, shows with his shooting and the way he's playing with a different level of confidence, like Damian talked about. And I hate that the last 4 minutes of the game happened the way they did. And, he had a turnover that now we see shouldn't have been a turnover, should have been a foul and all this other stuff, because I thought he played phenomenal last night. And he did. Like, it just, the end of the game wasn't anything drastic that kept us from saying he played a phenomenal game. But the control that he had on that offense, with somebody like Dylan Brooks, who is a tough defender, a.k.a. a fouler out there routinely all day long, it didn't faze him at all. Like, he took whatever bumps that were coming his way and still executed and went around Dylan Brooks and shot the ball at a high percentage. I just thought he was really, really good last night.
Yeah, I'll say this too. It's something that, like, the coaches have murmured about with this Kings team. First of all, Dylan Brooks had a hold of his jersey and he dragged him around the court the whole game. But the coaches have quietly said, are you looking at his defensive rebounding numbers? Are you looking at Fox's defensive rebounding numbers? And it's something that he's subtly, just been absolutely spectacular on the on the rebounding side of things. He had 8 boards last night in the game. He did push his 3-point percentage up to 40.8 after that performance last night. Wow. But we're kind of seeing that from all these guys. And when you're facing Steven Adams and you're facing a team that's super long, super athletic, and really, really good at protecting the rim, at keeping you out of the paint, at blocking shots, at getting on the glass, everyone has to help out. And the fact that your point guard, who again is a career 72% free throw shooter coming into the season, is shooting 84%. Like, every single thing that you could have pointed to that was an issue with De'Aaron Fox, he seems to have fixed. And to me, it's really, really remarkable, just the leaps and bounds. Like, last season, so for his career, his defensive rebounding percentage is 10.7. This season, it's at 16. So he's basically at a small forward or even a stretch 4 type rebounding level. And those are things that matter when you're trying to win games.
I think there's a real possibility he's in contention for most improved player of the year.
You remember he came in third once before, and he wasn't happy about that.
We looked at Ja's jump and then Julius Randle's jump, and they're comparable to what De'Aaron. I mean, Ja's jump was pretty big. It was like 8.5, 9 points, and there was growth in his shooting percentages and all. But in terms of, you know, the points per game jump is pretty big, but the percentage jumps from field goal to 3-point percent to free throw percentage is incredible.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Like, first of all, he's in line to win the Western Conference Player of the Month, for sure. I mean, he won the award for the week this last week, but he also, like, he's been a finalist 3 other times in the first month of the season. So I'm going to say that he's got a good shot, especially with the Kings' record. If they pick up a couple more wins to finish out this month, he's got a really good shot to be Western Conference Player of the Month. I mean, he's got to be, like, if he continues this way, not only is he an all-star, but you have to start talking about, like, third-team All-NBA. Because if these numbers do translate and they do hold up all season long, not the 40% from 3, but the rest of the numbers, the points, the assists, the rebounds, the wins, all that stuff, then, like, why not? He is right now one of the best players. When you're nominated every week for Player of the Week in the Western Conference, that means you're one of the top 5 players in the Western Conference for that week. And if you've been that 4 out of 5 weeks with 1 win, that means you're one of the best players in the Western Conference right now. And so I really like just the way he's playing. It's so good to see. It's so good to see, like, the weight lifted off him and him just going out there and having fun and going at players, you know, like he hasn't backed down at all. And I think it's really, you know, when he's pulling up from 18 feet, does everyone in the building think it's going in every single time? It's just incredible. Yeah. Like those things that you just, you know, a couple of years ago, you're like, oh, that's not really a great shot. Now it's like, oh no, man, you shoot wherever you want. You do whatever you want. We're fine with whatever you do. You've earned the respect. You're that good. Let's go ahead and see how you finish this thing.
100%, man. One of the things that I also noticed last night in that game against the Grizzlies was, particularly in the first quarter, it seemed like the Kings got wide open shots all game long. And they got the win. They scored 113. They, you know, had a little bit of a collapse towards the end. But I feel like I can make the argument, James, that Memphis is lucky this wasn't a bigger blowout or wasn't a blowout in general, because the Kings were getting wide open threes that they've made all year long that they just didn't really hit at a high level last night. Whereas if they shot, you know, those type of wide open shots the way they've been shooting all year long, Herter, Keegan Murray, all these guys, that could have been a 15, 20-point game.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too, that if they would have hit 2 or 3 of those, I mean, wide open looks in the first quarter. I mean, Monk had a bunch of, he started, I think, 1 of 6 from the field. Keegan Murray went 1 of 8 and missed a bunch of threes. Like, if they would have had those wide open looks go down, I don't think Ja Morant would have played late at all. And that game, they would have just, like, conceded that game. I mean, the guy's coming off injury. He was doubtful. He was out yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday, he was doubtful to open the morning and somehow heals up and plays. And, like, if you were watching that first half, Ja didn't look like Ja at all. Like, he didn't have any explosion at all. And somewhere along the way, he loosened up and started putting on a show. But still, if you would have got that, if that would have been a 20-point game going to the fourth quarter or a 22-point game, I think that they would have just said, okay, you got us tonight, and we're going to make sure that Ja's good moving forward. We don't need to risk that. So, yeah, I agree with you, the wide open misses. But look, this Kings team is getting so many wide open looks. Right. It's nuts. It's absolutely crazy how many wide open looks they're getting. And that's just a function of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and the style of play.
Real
sorry,
quick,
Casey.
Hey, Dame, to conversation that we had the other day, I think Drapes gave us a little bit of a answer. He said Jay Triano was the offensive coordinator. We were trying to figure out, like, who gets the credit, so to speak, for, you know, creating this offense and putting it together. And I said maybe a combination of Jordy Fernandez and Triano, but, you know, Drape said, you know, everybody plays a role, but Drape said Triano is kind of like the offensive coordinator here.
Yeah, he is the guy. This is his offensive scheme, for sure, without any question. And, you know, it's what we saw last year in Charlotte, right? He was in Charlotte for like the last 4 or 5 years. He's a very, very bright offensive mind for sure, and he's also a wild card. He's a total character. He's another one of those guys that are like, making life behind the scenes like really enjoyable for these guys. But I think that there is input from everyone else. Like we talked about, like the Brooklyn game, right? And Doug had the scout for that game. And then Doug had the scout for the next game as well, which, was another big win. Those are things where like everyone is chipping in. We also had that moment where Mike Brown said, "Hey, Jordy called the same offensive play 15 times in a row." And that's how they were. It was before the Brooklyn game. He called like the same play 15 times in a row. And then they noticed something. The guys on the back line said, "Hey, they're trying to take that away. Let's hit the back cut." And that's when we started seeing Malik Monk and Harrison Barnes go up for wide open dunks on the back door. And so, this group is working really well together. And that's a function of not only Mike Brown, like bringing in people he's familiar with, but Mike Brown bringing people together. And I think that that's something that is going to be like a big, big thing that we have to keep focusing on, is that he's such a unifier. And, he's taken people like Doug and like Lindsey Harding that weren't part of this thing, and he's brought them into the family, and everyone's feeling it. Everyone's doing well. Everyone's learning. Everyone's getting better together. And this is a good thing. It's a really good thing to have continuity on the coaching side where guys are on the same page. And again, I'll point this out. I know why it happened, but this is one of the biggest downfalls of Luke Walton. He was never really super comfortable with his coaching staff. And that was because when he was when he was with the Lakers, he just was raked over the coals for bringing in too many of his friends. Mike Brown does it, and it's fine. He brings in like his whole entire coaching staff from the Nigerian national team, and no one has any problems with that. But Luke Walton really heard it in LA. And then when he went on to the Kings, he tried to do something different, and it all felt like no one was on the same page. And so I think this is a big thing. It's a big deal that Mike Brown had the financial, ability to go out and bring in the coaches he wanted to bring in, but that he also chose guys that, he can get on the same page with.
We'll come back. James, a couple of things I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about Chimezie Metu and his play recently, and I want to talk to you about the defense that we saw yesterday, because if Mike Brown is looking for a win on the win, it's probably going to be the way that team played defense against the Memphis Grizzlies. So we'll talk about that. Much more Kings talk ahead as we get ready for the second night of a back-to-back. The Kings are in Atlanta just about an hour from now. We're back with more with James Ham, D'Lo, and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hammer.
James, you cooking for Thanksgiving?
No, I don't do any of the cooking for Thanksgiving. And, like me and my wife, we both come from divorced parents. So like the holidays are always kind of chaotic. I have a huge family. My wife has a very small family. And so we've never been able to put like the two events together because my family's too big and my mom's house is too small and she wants to host Thanksgiving. And so every Thanksgiving I have Thanksgiving at 2 and another Thanksgiving at 5. So I have to eat twice. It's a long day of eating.
Well, this is really cool. I'm just seeing this for the first time. Maybe I'm late, but Deuce and Mo on the pre and post. Drapes and Matt Barnes on the call tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Get well soon, Katie. I know she wouldn't. It didn't seem like she was feeling.
Oh, she finally tapped out? Is that what happened?
I don't know, but that's nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna I kind of know what's going on, but yeah, she's been under the weather, and they had to call it. She had to come home. So
yeah, she did not sound well on Sunday, man.
Yeah, that's not. I don't know how they're handling that, but I would just say like let's not put that out there since we're off the air, people. Yeah, they're doing something different tonight because they have to.
Matt Barnes on the call. Matt, I talked about the Clippers have this separate broadcast, simulcast thing where they have these I guess they're always former Clippers, do like a Manning cast type thing, right, for all the Clippers games. So Matt Barnes was on there a couple times, but I don't know if he's ever been on the call for a game. It's just the first time he's been on a call, maybe.
Yeah, and it's going to be different because they're not in the same place.
No.
Oh, so I was going to ask, did he just take a flight this morning and hoped everything went okay? Oh, wow, so that's what they did with Jerry last year when Jerry did it with Mark a couple of games because Katie, I think, had a sick child and had to leave the road, and Jerry was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
It's gonna be a little complicated. We're gonna do a live show after the game tonight. The Kings Beat podcast. Yeah, so with Sean and Brendan.
Do we have any updates on off the record? The next off the record?
No, I don't yet. It's soon though. Like I think next Thursday doesn't work for our guest, but the week after does. But it's like tightrope walking with a guest every once in a while, and so you want to make sure that you don't say yes, this is happening, and then have to back down afterwards. Mm-hmm. I'd rather push people out than have to reschedule.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, I do cook Christmas though. I make a big giant prime rib. That's sort of become our tradition like the last 3 or 4 years.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
I like to cook.
I don't.
I like
need to get better at that though. Need to get better.
I like to cook.
John Bowles. There's nothing wrong with that. Brussels sprouts are delicious.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm making Brussels sprouts this weekend. Got the balsamic ready for him. Oh, yeah, buddy.
Brussels sprouts are deep.
You roast them babies perfect. Mwah.
Nope.
Oh, come on, Hammer.
You don't like Brussels sprouts, Ham?
I don't like Brussels sprouts, and I don't like squash.
Oh, Ham. Come on, man.
I never had squash. I don't think I'd like squash, but I know I like me some Brussels sprouts.
That's funny.
Love them.
Yeah, y'all are missing out. Brussels sprouts. They gotta be cooked perfectly though. If you undercook them, doesn't work. Overcook them, not as good. You gotta cook them perfectly.
Rob, I do not smoke my prime rib. I don't have a Traeger. I slow cook it in the oven.
I'm gonna smoke the turkey.
When this tweet from Rob Guerrera, when I talked to @19problems, Deebo Samuels, during the 49ers bye week, he declined to make a pitch for Odell Beckham Jr. to join the team. He just posted this on Instagram. It's a picture of Deebo, and Deebo says in the caption, "Everybody around me, family, blank, we don't do recruiting."
What?
I guess it's a song lyric or something. He says, "Everybody around me, family, we don't do recruiting." We're coming back. So I don't think Odell Beckham's coming to the Niners.
You don't need Odell Beckham. That whole thing confused me. I didn't understand what message Deebo was trying to. He's going to Dallas.
Basically, Deebo, he just said we don't do recruiting.
You don't need him. There's no you got the 49ers move has been made, and it was Christian McCaffrey.
I like the receivers though too. I do like the receivers.
Like you've got Ayuk, you've got Deebo,
my boy Juwan Jennings.
You've got Christian McCaffrey. You've got a lot of guys who could get. You don't need Odell there.
Yeah, you got Mitchell, you got Kittle.
Yeah,
you're good. You're good.
Well, we just the more the merrier.
Not being greedy. Knock it off.
Whatever we need to do to bring home number 6, that's what we need to do. I'm so mad about this too because I shouldn't even be stressing about this. We should have 10. already.
I knew that's where we were going.
You shouldn't even have to be stressing about this.
Have a good Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh no! Here we go. Yeah, we're just gonna both of
We
us.
should have 10. We should have 10. But you guys know what it is. I've already broken it down. The ones that we should have that we lost. We should have, and that's not even saying like, oh, we made the NFC Championship game and we just lost the game. It ain't even that. Like there's 4, 5 more that we gave away.
Yeah, you know what? Like this kind of feels like if you were to add Beckham, it would kind of feel like was it the '95 season, which is a season where they went out and they got Dion, but they just kept
Norton.
Yeah, they got everybody. They went out and just like, hey, we got all this money. Let's go ahead and do all this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can still come to the parade though, Damien. You know what I'm saying? You can still come.
The fake Super Bowl win parade? Is that where we're gonna have a fake Super Bowl?
No, the one when we get 6. You can definitely come when we get 6.
I could just see you with making a D-Lo and Casey shirt with all the Super Bowl trophies and then like 4 hologram ones on the side, which should have been.
That's the should have beens.
Yeah.
We got the most wins in league history for sure.
Let's transition somehow from this to Chimezie Metu. And I don't know how. I'm steering the car back to where we're supposed to go.
There we go.
What's that?
So Chimezie agrees with me.
Fine. Let's
he's
go.
From Freeport, is he from Freeport? He a Niner fan, so he agreed with me.
I don't know that the timing is perfect, but it feels like it is. You once posted a video where there was a lot of analyzing of Chimezie Metu's body language. And then all of a sudden, he's kind of comfortably in the rotation. And not only is he comfortably in the rotation, but he's playing really, really well. And James, we were talking about the depth of this team earlier, how last night, Terrence Davis and the Sensationals weren't cooking. Like Terrence Davis didn't play well or didn't shoot well. Davion Mitchell didn't. Trey Lyles didn't. And Malik Monk and Chimezie Metu said it's all good. We'll carry the bench unit from here. He has found a spot in Mike Brown's rotation to where he is very, very effective.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, like Mike Brown's going to want him to continue to keep getting better, especially on the defensive end, especially as a rebounder, all of those things. There are moments where he does really good things in those situations, but there are also moments where you're like, okay, man, we need you to rebound. You're going to have to do more than what you're doing right now. And the same thing goes, like he's averaging 0.1 blocks per game this season. And if you can get up and dunk like that, then you should be able to block a shot. But I think the best thing for me is that Chimezie is shooting 58% from the field right now, and he's a career 47% shooter. And that's with this year's numbers mixed in. He's only averaging 1.2 3-point attempts per game this year, and he's only shooting 14%. But that doesn't hurt you. The fact that he shoots those probably helps you because it makes people at least pull out a little bit and draw out to the perimeter a little bit when he's out there. I just think whatever it is, a light bulb went on. And he realized that if he's going to be not only part of this team, but part of the league, like this is what it has to be. You have to buy in and you got to play by the rules. Whatever Mike Brown's rules are, you got to play by them. You got to be good at what you're supposed to do and don't do the other things. Like set good screens, roll to the basket, move without the ball. I think that was the biggest thing for me in the Memphis game. He just kept moving, and all of a sudden he's there for a wide open dunk. Well, he didn't just happen to get there for a wide open dunk. He moved and he moved and he moved until his teammate found him, and there he is at the rim. And so I'm really happy for him. I think he's improved greatly, and I want to see a continued improvement from him. But just get better at what you're doing. And, we're not even hearing at all that there's going to be like a Rashawn Holmes resurgence at some point and that, we're just kind of waiting for him to get back in the rotation and figure things out. That's not been part of the discussion at all. It's all about like this team is rolling. The players who are playing are going to keep playing and they're going to focus on this group and move forward.
And you heard it, in the Kevin Durant clip from his podcast where he mentions Metu. He's on the scouting report for other teams as, hey, we got to respect the fact that he can shoot. Now, they look at the percentages. I guess They don't worry about that. I don't worry about that either, because when he gets the ball wide open from three, I feel like he is capable of hitting that shot regardless of what the percentages say. But him being out there and being that type of threat, it does its job in itself, where it still opens up the lanes for Monk and Davion. And if he's out there with Fox or something like that, and him having that threat of being able to be a shooter from that 4 or 5 position, that accomplishes a lot in itself.
Yeah, I think even watching the game last night, the one guy that you started hearing murmurs on social media about is, man, if the Kings only had Brandon Clark, right? That's the one guy you're watching. Memphis has a couple of guys that could really help the Kings, but Brandon Clark, that type of player, they don't have. That, if you do have a guy like Jaren Jackson going nuts, you stick a Brandon Clark on him. But of course, they can't stick a Brandon Clark on him there because they have Brandon Clark. And, it's their guy. But the Kings are lacking that one extra thing. And you hope that Metu can watch Brandon Clark and kind of become that guy. But also when you're watching Brandon play, you're like, why can't Richaun Holmes be this guy? How come Richaun Holmes isn't this guy? What exactly happened to Holmes where this couldn't be who he is on this team? And I think it's really, really strange, especially like one of the problems that you have with Holmes is he can't play next to Sabonis. Well, Brandon Clark plays that same style and he does just fine next to Steven Adams. And Steven Adams can't even pass. He's not even a guy who gets you open. So, he's not a guy who spaces the floor with his passing ability. So I really do think that, Metu could be that guy, but Richaun Holmes could somehow find a way to be that guy. Or the Kings need to go out and still find that type of guy, the guy that can block shots, that can rebound, that can get you some buckets, who's aggressive, who's, just sort of an animal in the post and fighting for every 50-50 ball.
There's just no chance they're going to test out Neemias Queta.
Maybe. I don't know. I think that they're really happy getting him as much experience as possible at the G League level. Mm-hmm. Like, they've got plenty of time with him. There's no reason to rush it. They, even after this year, he's still a restricted free agent. They still can bring him back on minimum scale deals and all that stuff. There's no reason to risk it right now, maybe down the road. But look, this is a team that all of a sudden is the number 3 seed in the Western Conference, or, you have to start looking at this thing differently at some point. They could easily fall out of that and go right back to the 9th or 10th seed in 3 games, because it's so tight with everybody right around 10-6, 10-7, 11-7, 11-6. But at the same time, this team is, if they're going to make a move, it's going to be to get better now. You can kind of see how the shift is going to happen, that, you might add pieces that are short-term deals, where maybe a Jay Crowder didn't make sense 2 weeks ago. Maybe he does make sense now. Maybe a player like that starts to make more sense than they did before, because your objective was to somehow get into the 8, 9, 10 spot. Now your objective might be to, okay, maybe we can become well, not 1, but maybe 6, where you're safe from the play-in tournament. And so that's what you got to start thinking. How do we get there? And what pieces do we have that can get us there? And can Richaun Holmes and something get us a piece that makes more sense for our team and stuff like that? So, yeah, I definitely think that they're in a spot where your objective starts to change if you're Monty McNair.
1 seed.
1 seed. Let's go. Are they going for it tonight?
They're going for it tonight. That's right.
James, I was thinking about this on the way into the studio today, and talk about, a move to kind of solidify themselves as a playoff team. And I was just trying to wonder. I was wondering, well, what move do they have? Obviously, you got Rashawn. Alex Lynn's expiring. I think TD and Harrison Barnes have played themselves out of trade discussions for I don't want to minimize the type of part it would be, but if you were talking about going to get Brandon Clark, I don't know if you trade Harrison Barnes at the way he's playing for Brandon Clark. What moves do they have? Is it just Richaun Holmes? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you still have to lump some of these guys in there, because if you do bring in a piece, some guys will lose playing time. So if I'm like being completely honest, and if you're the Kings, you've got Alex Len, you do still have Terrence Davis, where you have a lot of depth at his position. You got Trey Lyles at $2.6 million. You got Alex Len at $4 million. Like, you can get up to $20 million without, damaging like your core 6-7. And if you could do that and bring in someone that can be a game changer, then you have to at least consider it. But like, we have to make sure that one of those deals materializes. And this Kings team, they've got to be smart, because you do have Sabonis money coming up in in 2 years, a year and a half. You are still going to have, other players that you want to bring in. You got to consider what you're going to do with Harrison Barnes. And so you can't just go wild here and expect to, throw all kinds of money at it. This isn't the NFL where you can, basically take a guy's salary and turn it into some crazy signing bonus and then free up a bunch of cap space. That's not the way the league works. So, I would say that, like, being aggressive here and going after players that make sense for you right now, it might be changing, but also you are going to need to improve. If you're going to keep going like this, you need to add more wrinkles. We all can see what's missing. Like, no one is missing. No one is watching a game and going, I wonder why that keeps happening. They keep allowing guys in the middle of the key because they need better defenders and because they need a shot blocker. And they need a shot blocker that's a functional shot blocker that can play minutes. That's what they need. And so you just keep looking at that. And so I would expect Monty has a big whiteboard somewhere with a bunch of names on it. And, maybe one of those names comes up and maybe one of them doesn't. But I think they'll still be aggressive here.
Hey, speaking of Monty, how about that extension, huh?
Yeah, probably time, isn't it?
It'd be good. Kings beat Charlotte on Halloween 115-108. The 108 is the least amount of points they've given up on the season. Last night, they beat Memphis 113-109. Obviously, that 109 really got padded there in those final 4 or 5 minutes. Mike Brown, I'm sure, frustrated with the way the last 4 minutes went, but overall happy about the game. And I wonder how many lessons are being taught. Like, hey, our shot wasn't falling. We won last night's game in a completely different way. That might be how we have to win tonight. Shot doesn't fall. Step up our level of defense. We're capable of doing it. We just did it against a dynamic player like Ja Morant. If he's looking for film to kind of rally his team on the defensive end, who, when you look at that 109 and you realize in the days before, the points given up were 129, 112, 121, 115, 114, 120. That 109 really stands out.
Yeah, like, look, during the course of an 82-game season, there are going to be all types of different games, and you gotta be able to play different styles. You got to be able to play, when the shot isn't falling, when the shot is falling, and you're still not playing defense. We've seen that one this season, where again with Detroit, where you let a bunch of non-shooters get confidence and light you up and stay in a game. Like, Mike Brown's task here is to continuously preach getting better, being focused, and coming through on the defensive end. If this team is going to be successful, these guys have to figure out ways to get stops in crunch time. They've got to figure out ways to keep guys out of the key, ways to keep Sabonis out of foul trouble. And I think we're slowly seeing these moments where they do it. But, the other thing I'll point out is, like, what is Mike Brown supposed to do here? He's got 3 games in 4 nights. And the one day in between is Thanksgiving. He just finished the game on Sunday, had to fly to Memphis on Monday for a game on Tuesday, then fly to Atlanta for a game on Wednesday, then, fly to Boston, and then, come home. So they're traveling so much in the next, week. How do you expect a team to really get better, except for, these small practices they have, walkthroughs that they have, game study that they have? But even still, you can't expect this thing to turn around overnight as far as the defensive side of the ball. The fact that the offense is going like this and has been so incredibly effective, it's wild, but it's also the same exact thing we saw in game 1 through 4 when they lost. They're just getting better and better and better at it. What we're seeing now with the defensive side is they're going to have wild like adjustments of really good games and really bad games because their principles aren't there yet. They're not fully bought in 100% on what's happening, and they're not fully comfortable with it, and I think it's going to be a continuing issue that we'll be talking about all year long.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things that, Damon, you talked about earlier, where we talked about the way the game finished last night and, teaching points for that, and no time for that.
Yeah.
No time for teaching
Right.
points. And we can talk about it a little bit, but we got a game plan for Atlanta, and then we'll let you have some honey smoked ham and some turkey or something like that. And then we got a game plan for Boston, and then we're flying back home. And then we got a game plan for Phoenix. And then you get a day and you have maybe the biggest game in Golden One Center history with Indiana coming. So there's no time to really it's the gift and the curse. It's a good thing and a bad thing. There's no time to harp on or like really dive in to the negatives. It's time to move on to the games. But that's life in the NBA.
Yeah, but I'll tell you too, life on the road, it has a way of galvanizing a team that it's because they spend so much time together. They do they do team dinners out together. They'll go, like in the past, they've gone to the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis when they have an off day. These are things where a team like builds camaraderie, and those things do sort of play out on the court, definitely.
How you like this matchup in about 40 minutes versus the Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, it was a big sneeze.
That was an epic sneeze.
Yeah.
Apologies to the radio audience. Ham sneezed so good he shook.
Yeah, luckily I was able to get to the mute button quick enough. As far as the Atlanta team, look, this team likes to run a lot of pick and roll. The Kings have shown the ability to defend the pick and roll in certain situations, but Atlanta is extremely dangerous. They've got two guards that can really, really score, but then they got a bunch of guys who aren't playing well, and you don't want to be the team that lets the team off the hook that isn't firing on all cylinders, or again, like John Collins is a guy who would love nothing more than to get out of Atlanta because they've been trying to deal him for the last 2 years. So would he like to show up big and show the Sacramento Kings what he's got? Yeah, probably. It's just a matter of how do you match up against his team? Can you slow down Trae Young? Can you slow down DeJounte Murray? Even DeAndre Hunter is playing really well. This team is like they can put a bunch of points on the board. If you don't want to play defense, this team is like, okay, that's fine. You don't want to play D, let's go ahead and let's get in a track meet. So that's where I would look to. And then the other thing, this team struggles with those big guys in the paint because they just don't have a natural shot blocker. You got to keep a body on Clint Capella at all times. And it's got to be a bunch of guys helping out. Everyone has to help out because Clint Capella has an ability to put up a bunch of easy buckets. And he's also a dangerous shot blocker. Although, again, the one thing that I've seen with Sabonis is the shot blocker, the long, skinny guys, he has no problems with. It's the Steven Adams. It's the big guys he does.
Yeah, and he's not alone. Steven Adams is a problem for a lot of people. I look at this game today against the Hawks, and I just keep saying if they can get the same open shots that they've gotten all season long, they're going to have an opportunity. I know it's tough. It's different, going back to back and playing a team like that on the road. But so far, nobody in the league has been able to figure out how to not let them get open shots. And if they get the same looks they got last night in Memphis, I think they're knocking them down tonight.
Yeah, and just real quick, De'Aaron Fox's lone triple-double in his career came against Trae Young. He likes to play against his team, and he can blow the doors off of that team because they don't want to play defense. And then also, Kevin Huerter, he spent the first 4 years of his career, 5 years of his career in Atlanta. He'd love to torch these guys. Look for these guys to step up and have a big moment here. And, 8 is just sitting there waiting for you. Go take it.
That'd be crazy. Let's go.
Revenge game for Kevin Huerter. Tonight's the night.
Kayvon going back to Buckhead.
Kayvon is back. Magic City, let's go, baby. That's inappropriate. I'm sorry.
Kayvon going back to Buckhead. Let's
go. We appreciate everybody for being with us. Have a great holiday, partner. Have a great weekend. Ohio State is going to beat the crap out of Michigan.
Not.
And I don't care if Jazz is in labor in that exact moment. I'm going to text. I'm going to call. I'm going to FaceTime. I'm going to post videos on social media. I gave you a year. I ain't giving you another one.
Yeah, bring it on. You, Reggie, Io, all y'all, bring it on. We're going to the Horseshoe and doing it again.
All right. Good luck this weekend, in all seriousness. Not that you're doing anything. Jasmine, if you're listening, good luck this weekend. In all seriousness, I hope everything goes smoothly. And Kenny will be back when he's ready. If that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever it is, Kenny will be back when he's ready to do a radio show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
James, appreciate you. Happy Turkey Day. Happy holiday to everybody listening. Thanks for the love today. Thanks for the love so far this year. And we will be back Monday. 7-game, 8-game, 9-game winning streak. Where does it stop?
Yeah. Let's go.
Steeler and
Kings.
KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Go Kenny, baby.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
I cannot imagine starting over and having
crazy,
a little
right?
one. Nope.
Starting over. We don't really have the most kid-proof house, like kid-friendly house. We gotta put all these little contraptions in there to keep her safe.
You haven't done that yet.
Nah, I gotta get a gate for the stairs. I gotta. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, we got the outlets and stuff taken care of, but
We got plenty of time. I mean, it's a baby.
she ain't.
Yeah.
She's not doing anything but laying around for the next 4 or 5 months.
Yep. Boise, we'll have the pod probably about a half hour after the game, barring some weird change, but that's sort of the plan. We're gonna roll tonight, and we'll do a live show.
Yeah, I'm tapping in.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, I got that. I got night chat. I got a lot of. I got to watch more college basketball tonight. It's crazy. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy with the PK 80. Man, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Hit the thumbs up before you go. We'll let you guys go, man. If you have the ability to tune on Deuce and Mo on the night chat, man, or not the night chat, the pregame show, go tune them on. We're just short of 300. I feel like we could easily get to 400 though. So hit the thumbs up before you go, please. Hit the thumbs up if you're new to the show. Welcome. Hit the subscribe button as well, and we'll see you guys here Monday, man. Have a great holiday.
Take care, y'all.
End broadcast.